This was supposed to be a silly little video, but no, I am granted no love by anything that I pick up from the shelves. Instead, I am here simply to suffer. Hi, hello, and welcome, or welcome back, I suppose. Now, buckle up, everyone, because we are here for a long time, not a good time. Few things. One, I am using my front facing camera, so if you occasionally see me doing this, it's because, like when you're on any kind of Skype video or anything like that, when you see your face, your brain goes, look, face. Second of all, if you see me looking different throughout this video, that is because I'm filming it over 3 days, because it is just over 70 pages long. In fact, I think it is nearly 80 pages long. So I am, one, going to try and not go on too many tangents. Two, no fucking way if you think I'm filming this in one bloody sitting. I only finished it today. I was originally going to go, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, but no. Let's try and get this done as quickly as humanly possible. So let's get onto it. So all the way back in March, I was in Tesco browsing the book section, trying to bat away all the Colleen Hoover, and I saw this book and was immediately like, my fan fiction spidey senses started tingling, and not just in a, oh, that's got like fan fiction energy to it. Like, this has the most, what, I should put the author's name on it, I'm going to say it anyway, but here. This has the most Wattpad fucking energy I have ever seen in my life. And look, obviously, so many romance books either are themselves former fan fictions or are very heavily influenced by the fact that the author has spent a lot of time reading and writing fan fiction. And, you know, mixed feelings on that, if I'm totally honest. But some romance books have kind of fanfiction-y energy. And you go, oh, maybe that's what that was. Some, like, that doesn't just scream fanfiction, it screams Wattpad. You know what I mean? And that's nothing against the author that I go, ooh, that looks like Wattpad. This is meant for adults. And I don't just mean that in a, oh, well, it's a young adult, though. Like, you kids can't read this. They shouldn't. There's a lot of sex in it. So this is for adults, and it looks like this. So I'm like, yeah, that is pure Wattpad fanfiction. So I did what I must, which is not spend any fucking money on it, and I immediately, like, got home and put a reservation in at the library, because I'm like, I'm not spending money on this, but I'm going to be damned if I'm not finding out what nonsense this is. I'm no longer looking at my camera, I'm looking at a cute little bird outside. I don't know what he is, but he's very cute. He's having a great time. Anyway, easily distracted, not meant to be going on tangents. So, welcome back, of course, to Bad Reputation Book Club. Here, I take a look at books to see if they truly deserve the reputation that they have earned, or I try to give them the reputation they truly deserve. Today, as you saw, we are looking at Icebreaker by Hannah Grace. And I have seen this scattered about on TikTok. It's not necessarily the next Colleen Hoover blow-up type thing, but obviously there has been a lot of controversy with hockey romance fiction. This is not that, as far as I am aware. I've not done a huge amount of research on it, but this isn't the same as the hockey romance stuff. I believe that is a dedicated just hockey thing. This is hockey and figure skating. In fact, when I picked this up, I didn't even know about that hockey drama. It's been so long. There are dated references in this, and I can't even remember if I kept in my script, because I've been writing this reading this book, to the notes, to the script for, as I said, months now. And a part of that is waiting for the library to give me the book, but most of it is because it's been somehow a book which I've written. I wrote more notes on this than I did about New Moon, and I can't work out if that's because I had a deadline for New Moon, so I was trying to actively get through it as quickly as I could, so I skipped over a few bits, and also I had kind of read New Moon before, or I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so either it was like I've already read New Moon before and maybe that was like tampering with it, or if it was a case of I don't have a deadline on this. New Moon, I had personally set deadline, but I had a deadline nonetheless, so I was trying to get through it a bit quicker. This one, no such thing. So I wrote down everything. And here we are. And, of course, there will be spoilers throughout. I am doing an entire rundown of this fucking script, and you will see your content warnings right after this intro screen. Now, this book actually differs in a lot of ways from the usual Bad Rep Book Club in that I am going to give warnings for this, but barring the last one that I will read, the first 3 warnings that I give are stuff that is intentionally tackled by the author. They are not things that I'm going, oh god, why do I have to be fucking talking about this? Do you not know what you're doing? Whereas here, the first ones that I'm reading, apart from the last one, they are very clear by the author that they are things that are being dealt with. And in one case, right towards the end of the novel, the last thing I'm talking about is intentional, but generally speaking, well, you'll be seeing it as we go through. So our content warnings are, there is a lot of explicit content. This is an erotica, so obviously that's coming up. We have speak of disordered eating. That is a pretty major plot point for one of our lead characters. I've still got a black mic thing, and I had that in my last video, and that always annoys me, and I feel like I should match the vibes. Give me a moment. So, yes, weird time to get distracted, but yeah, Anastasia, our lead character, deals a lot with disordered eating problems, and if that's something that you can't deal with, then absolutely understandable that this isn't a video that you want to watch, because, or that you will take a bit of care in, because I'm not timestamping this of when talk is coming up. There is so much content to talk about. I genuinely do not know how long this video will be, and I don't think that's something that I have the capacity to do, because it's spoken about repeatedly. It's not like one incident or something like that. Then we have a lot of, I'm going to use the phrase verbal abuse and manipulation. It's a broad topic and kind of complex, but that feels like the best way to phrase it. It is a workplace toxic relationship, but it mostly comes in the form of verbal abuse and manipulation from a work partner. And finally, we do have issues containing dubious consent and consent issues in general, and this is the one where it's like it's dodgy, and I feel like it could have been handled better, but we will cover it when we get there. This isn't something that the author is intentionally dealing with, apart from right at the end of the novel. And I will say, the version I have, the character Lola is Lola. When I was doing some research, I think it was when I was trying to find out whether or not this is actually a form of fanfiction, I found out that the character of Lola was completely changed. I can't speak on that. Feel free to do your own research into it, but it's not something that I'm going to cover. I have a lot of other shit to talk about, and the version I have is not the version with the issues. I believe that was either just the first edition or very early editions. And before even opening the book, obviously I've already mentioned that the cover just seems so childish, but I don't know if you may have noticed that I was going to be confronted with a absolute blast from the past when I clock a name on the front, and not Hannah Grace, who is the author of this book, but like many books, it has a review on the front. And I was stuck with a blast from the past because that review is from none other than Elena Armas. And as I was reading this book, that became more and more fitting, because as much as I was hoping for an American roommate experiment, I was stuck with a Spanish love deception, to say the least. And I think I kind of had a feeling that that's how it was going to go when I read sweltering chemistry, sizzling banter, and swoon-worthy romance, courtesy of Miss Elena Armas there. And I just knew that I was going to be getting these paw-sized flashbacks, and thankfully there aren't any lines quite like that that really stuck with me. Most of the lines that did like stick like that are stuff that I will reread again as I've been taking notes, putting it to scripts, and I will get them again when I'm doing this. But there are none that stick in the back of my mind like that. Like, it's been, I want to say months, but it could perhaps be a year at this point, because I feel like it was last summer that I did read that. Yeah, I feel like it was last summer that I read that, where the line paw-sized hands has still stuck with me. I still have the image that my dear friend made where Wardlow has tiny hands that sticks in my head. Still lives on my laptop as well, because I love it. I think it's wonderful. But yeah, thankfully nothing like that. But I saw that and knew exactly what I was going to be dealing with, because I remember with Elena that I was going, is this fanfiction? Is it? Is it not? Is it? Feels like it, but I can't find anything online that it is. So it feels like fanfiction is an influence here, and if it's not, then the books that are based on fanfiction, you're probably not as much 50 Shades, I would imagine, but maybe books like The Love Hypothesis and that kind of thing, which are published fanfictions but still like really younger demographic pop fiction, and also erotica. And even before the actual novel began, when I opened it up, I was confronted with something that for me didn't go with any fanfiction light bulbs, but they were still circling and ringing in my head when I was confronted with a playlist. Couldn't give a shit about any of the songs, but to me, I was so sure. Now, I think I've mentioned this before, I've never been a fan fiction reader. It's just not my thing. I interact in fandom spaces. I love fan art and things like that, but never really got into fan fiction, if I'm totally honest. But I'm still aware of a lot of the tropes, and seeing a playlist at the front, that didn't just ring fan fiction bells to me. That rung like Wattpad fan fiction bells. Like, where people in the 2010s and stuff would put, like, the ugliest fucking outfit you've ever seen in your life. Of, like, this is what the character's wearing in this chapter. And I went to one of my long-suffering fanfiction-loving friends, who has been in fanfiction fandom spaces for a long time. And they did say that playlists aren't as much of a thing anymore in fanfic spaces, but they used to be more of a thing. And yeah, they were very much of that 2010s kind of super hulock, One Direction, Wattpad-y type fanfics. So even if they weren't on Wattpad like that, there's a very specific genre here that's hard to explain if you're not in those spaces. But I feel like if you're watching me, you are either in or were very aware of those. So, and by the way, if you are interested, because the same friend that I asked about this did go on Spotify and found out that somebody did make the playlist. So if you're that interested, then you can listen to it. And that's not surprising. I think that's kind of sweet. I'm sure there is not just one version of it. I'm sure a few people have made that for themselves, if not to share for the wider fandom. I think that's kind of cute, to be honest. I have no issues with that. That's kind of sweet. But let's get into the actual book itself, because we've been talking for nearly 20 minutes and we've only just got to chapter 1. Anastasia. Again, Anastasia. If I hear the words again and Anastasia together in a sentence one more time, it might be the thing that finally tips me over the edge. Not the best intro, not the worst. I think when I first read it, I'm like, fine. But then I got to chapter 2 and was like, oh, I kind of wish that was the initial intro. But obviously I understand that when you are a woman writing, generally speaking, for women, you're going to want to start with your female protagonist if you are writing from multiple perspectives, because this book is split into, hence the reason I read her name after the chapter, into Anna's POV or Anastasia's POV and Nate/Nathan's. And Anastasia, by the way, she's like Anastasia, she's Anna, she's Stas, she's Stassi. I need to turn my volume off on that because my Discord just binged at me. Yeah, I understand the idea of opening with your female protagonist if you are writing as a woman for women, but I just think that the opening of the second chapter is more poppy. And yeah, that's what I was saying. Anastasia has a million nicknames. So throughout this, I think I mentioned this later in the script, but I will say it again later when I get to it if I forget that I've already said this. Anastasia has a million nicknames because you can't just be Anna or Stas or Stassi or maybe just like two of those. She's Anna, she's Stas, she's Stassi, and I swear there's other ones as well. And it's just like, we don't need this. Have some consistency. And it isn't even like necessarily, oh, okay, so Nathan calls her Stas, but Lola calls her Stassi, and Aaron calls her Anna, or something like that. Like, it's completely inconsistent. And it's just a lot. Like, it's already a huge cast of characters. At least have the characters that you have consistent names. I've been on edge since I woke up this morning with a hangover sent directly from the pits of hell. So the last thing I need right now is more grief from Coach Aubrey Brady. I focus on suppressing my annoyance like I do every training session when she makes it her mission to push me to my limits. Rationalising it's her dedication that makes her such a successful coach, I decide throwing my ice skates at her is something that should stay in my imagination. While I am aware that to an extent her being hungover kind of makes up for a bit of this, I do think that you have to be careful how you introduce your characters, and here we are introduced to a whiny feeling character who feels kind of teenage because of that whininess, and I have no issues with a teenage character. And I mean, I think she's 21. I think she is like of drinking age. If not, she's 20, which is like, because American. She's, you know, an adult in her 20s at least, sounding like a moody teenager, which is not necessarily appealing, at least to me. As like, this book feels like it's meant for people of the same age as her characters, which is people in their early 20s. Fine, technically I'm in my mid-20s now, but like, that doesn't make that much of a difference. I still would have been annoyed by her when I was her age in my last year of university. One, she's in college. I'm not expecting perfect maturity. I'm not expecting her to sound like a 35-year-old woman where, you know, there is a sense of fully grown adulthood in there. I'm aware of the whole, you know, your brain not fully developing till you're 25 and all that. There is still a sense of immaturity when you are in your very early 20s. I am, of course, aware of that. Two, while this whininess does get a bit better, I was worried with her sounding like a petulant teenager, knowing that there was a maturity warning for sexual content, that if she kept sounding like such a petulant teen, that this would feel like a kind of Sam Levinson direction thing or whatever, like a production by him, because I do not need teenage sounding books that are also sexual, because it feels icky for want of a better phrase. It doesn't feel like something that anybody should be reading. And that is a problem within the YA genre in general, trying to write sexual content when it is for young adult books and not for young adults. Young adult books are for teenagers. This is a new adult book, which is fine because it's maturity. That's the difference. I was looking this up recently. Young adult books are for teenagers featuring young adults. New adult books are same age range of characters, which are in like their very late teens, that 18 to 25 age range, but they are actually meant to be read by the people of that same age. That's what they speak to, but it reads YA, which is a problem that will keep coming up. So let's not delve into it too much. Coach Brady's greying hair is always pulled back into a tight bun, which accentuates her high cheekbones, and she's always wrapped tight in her signature faux fur black coat, which Aaron jokes is where she hides all her secrets. Now listen, it's not actually this bad, but when I first read that, my instinct, like the little instinct voice in the back of my head, was just going, my name is Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way. And that's not necessarily the comparison that you are looking for. Even if you do want a fan fiction romance type feel, that very typical new romance pop romance type feel to it, which does reek of fan fiction at this point, because so many of them either, like I say, are fanfics, or I don't take a drink every time I use that word, either are fanfictions or are written by people who read a lot of fanfiction. Fanfiction is a scourge on the literary industry.
For legal purposes, that was a joke. For legal purposes, that was a joke.
Now, even in the very early stages of this book, we do get introduced to Anastasia's tricky relationship with food. And when it was introduced early on, I was worried about how it would be handled, and that is not just because of the type of book. I could be reading pop fiction, I could be reading literary fiction or sci-fi or crime fiction or whatever. It doesn't matter the genre, it doesn't matter how sort of educated it sounds, you know, like if it is literary fiction or something like that. Couldn't care less about that. I'm always going to be worried about how something like that is handled, because I do think that there is a, even if not a black and white right and wrong way, because of course there fucking isn't that, there are better and worse ways to handle it, and I was a little worried at first about how it would be handled, and in my completely non-expert opinion, I think Hannah Grace does a relatively good job at the handling of it. I am happy to be corrected about that, but from anybody else who's read it, I haven't looked into what other fans think about it, because I don't like to read other reviews of a book if I'm going to read it, apart from sometimes I will see somebody else review it and I'm like, oh, I've got to read that nonsense. But in this case, I've seen the book first, not I'd seen a review first, so if there are other people that think that it's handled badly, then I'm happy to take the L on that. But it worried me at first, and we will go into it more later, but I think she handled it quite well. And this is also the first time that in relation to the food is her worry about gaining even the smallest amount of weight, and we see here that that is actually connected to her partner Aaron, not her romantic partner, her skating partner Aaron, and he is a huge reason behind a lot of her issues there. We will delve into that more later. I know I'm going to be saying that a lot, but here I really like the way it's brought up. It's not overstated. It's not a wah wah wah, this is going to come back later, this is going to be big and it's going to come back later, look at it, because I see that a lot when we're trying to do foreshadowing and things like that. No, it's really understated here, and it's threaded through the plot quite nicely. And yeah, I appreciate how well, actually not just how well it's done, I appreciate how patient that Hannah Grace is about this, because I have noticed in a lot of books in this very pop, is it fan fiction, is it not, whatever genre, romance stuff, that patience isn't necessarily a virtue that a lot of these authors have. They want to get it done right now. You see a lot where something's brought up and then a few pages later it's already wrapped up and handled. There's a lot of patience in this book, and I will give her a lot of credit for that. We climb into Aaron's new G-Wagon, the latest guilt gift from his adulterous but wealthy father, and head home. And then that is followed just a few pages later by Aaron, like me, is an actual only child, the miracle baby to his two aging Midwestern parents desperate to keep their marriage together. Living with other people after being his parents' pride and joy for 18 years was a big transition for him, and for us, who are the ones who have to live with him in his mood swings. Now he's not in Chicago, things between his parents aren't great, and we always know when they're extra bad because Aaron gets an obnoxiously expensive and unnecessary gift, like a G-Wagon. First of all, yes, that second part is a bit of an exposition dump, but sometimes they're just fucking useful, and here I actually do think it would be less cohesive if she'd like scattered those little bits throughout the rest of the novel. Sometimes it's just like a, here, have it, you'll need to use this later, kind of, but you'll be kept up to date by just having this information with you. I think she handled that the best way, frankly. But generally, I mean, I say I don't try to be an editor about things, but I know that comes up a few times with me where I'm like, maybe you should have kind of done it this way a bit better. And I don't tend to try and go like into small details about that, because it's like, if every time I mentioned there was a fucking comma splice in this fucking book, I would lose my mind. The amount of tabs I went through. If I put a tab every time there was a comma splice, I would go through an entire forest of fucking tabs. There were so many. There were so many comma splices, and they're just fine. And I see it in fiction all of the time, but especially in this kind of fucking fiction, there are so many comma splices in this book. Please just fix it. Just have sentence structure as a basic. But no, and I don't mind little things like one word becoming a sentence, because that is a stylistic choice. Comma splices are not a stylistic choice. They are a grammar rule that you are breaking, and it's not intentional. That is just done because you don't know how to fucking use commas. Learn! All authors! Bloody learn it! Anyway, look, I think in that first part, you don't need to say outwardly that the car is a gift, because we can come to our own conclusions when you give us that second bit of information. Like I say, I think it's only like 2 or 3 pages later that, oh, that was a gift. That's one of the gifts that she was talking about, because you've mentioned a G-Wagon. Now, I don't know shit about cars, but that phrase, G-Wagon, I know that that's kind of expensive. That's an expensive car, especially if it's new, right? I don't know what it is. I think I'm on my laptop here. I'll put it on the screen for you as well. I think it's like a 4x4 kind of thing, like a Land Rover or something. Yeah, okay, so it's like a Land Rover. So it's, you know, an extravagant gift. So certainly then don't bonk us over the head with, he gets extravagant gifts. What's the line? Yeah, so like, because Aaron gets an obnoxiously expensive and unnecessary gift, like a G-Wagon, because it feels so patronizing to your readers, where it's just like, by the way, did you get it? Because I just said that he has a G-Wagon. Do you get it? Because like that's a thing. Do you understand? I need to make sure you understand that like that was the expensive gift, and he has other ones, but that's an expensive gift, by the way. The G-Wagon, it's an expensive gift. You're not writing for children. You're writing for grown adults. Have a little bit of faith in your readers that they aren't completely fucking dense. And that's coming from me. There's barely a thought in here. But by the way, I have enough fucking common sense for that line to annoy the shit out of me. If I were not reading this review, I probably would have put the book down at that point, because that would have annoyed me so bad. I would have DNR'd because of that line. So Anastasia has this kind of situationship, friends with benefits, whatever the kids are calling it these days, thing with a basketballer called, I can never remember his name, called Brian. He's kind of superfluous. A couple of things he says come up later, but they also could have just been mentioned by like Lola, her other flatmate. So there's her, Aaron, her skating partner, and Lola, a friend of hers. The three of them live together. I feel like Lola could have just mentioned the stuff about Aaron that comes up later, because she would know, because they're good friends. Ryan feels a little bit superfluous, I'll be totally honest. In both going back to the beginning to plot this out, to write the script, and also now reading this out to you, and probably by the time I'm fucking editing it as well, I forget that he exists. He does not... all he kind of really does is set up Anastasia's type. She likes so she's about 5'4", I think they say, but she likes a super tall guy. She likes him jacked as shit, and she likes to, you know, have a guy who can, you know, be big and buff and huge, and she likes that. Good for her. I get it, sis. That's why I watch wrestling, for all the normal reasons. But that's kind of all he does. He sets up some stuff with Aaron, but that could have been dealt with in other ways. And yeah, he kind of sets up her type, but he's also really not necessary for that, because she could have just seen Nathan and gone, ooh, he's all tall and buff because he's a hockey player. I like that in a guy. But of course, he is also there so we can have a little bit of titillation before we get to the stuff with Anastasia and Nathan. And like, I get it. That's what this book is. It is a book full of explicit content for people who want to be reading that sort of thing. It's not my kind of book. If I'm not reading for reviews, I tend to not really care at all about scenes like that. I'm not like, ooh, because like, I'm reading this shit in public most of the time. I read my books in the library. I don't want to be fucking reading about vulvas in the library. Thank you. I don't know why the word vulva was the first one that came to my head. Not a word that's probably used in this once. Oh, that's awful. The idea of somebody just like getting really scientific. I'm not saying what just went through my head. But just the idea of somebody writing an erotica, but they use all the scientific words, is really funny to me. And I'm going to enjoy that for myself, because there's going to be so many times that I swear throughout this. And it's like, I mean, I'm already not monetized, but like, maybe I could have one video that would be pushed into the algorithm. And the more that I mean, I'm already 40 minutes into it, so I'm past that point of like, ooh, what if I get into trouble for swearing early on? That's not happening. But during one of their, this is Anastasia and Ryan, the basketballer, during one of their, you know, encounters, there's this line where it's like he has a torso with more abs than I can count. And listen, obviously I know what she means, and obviously this isn't like a paw-sized hands type line, but I know she means that he's like shredded as shit, and he's got like a long torso, so there's like a lot of defined abs to see. But in my head, it makes him sound like a Junji Ito character, and maybe that's because when I think when I first started reading this, the last books that I'd read were Junji Ito books. Yeah, because This Is How You Lose the Time War was technically the last book that I finished before this, but when I was first starting this, I was reading them at the same time. So some of the last books that I finished when I was at this point would have been Junji Ito. So maybe that's why that was in my head. I'll just keep this down. I mean, yeah, he has more abs than I can count. So either you are criminally dim, and I don't think you should be having sex with people, because if you are genuinely that dim, there's things to worry about, and I don't know if that's really ethical to be sleeping with you. Or he's a Junji Ito character, which is terrifying, and I really hope it's neither, and it's just a slightly dodgy line. Chapter 2. Nathan. There's a hand near my dick that isn't mine. That, objectively, is a much more fun opening line than the actual, like, what did we actually have as our opening line? What was it? So that, like, again, Anastasia, if I hear the words again and Anastasia one more time, all that bollocks. There's a hand near my dick that isn't mine. That's fucking brilliant. I think that's wonderful. It fits the tone of the book so well. It's kind of rude, which is fun. It just, yeah, again, I understand you want to start with your female protagonist because it's by and for women, but also, that's funny. I like it. I think it's more captivating, and I think it should have been the one to start with. Also, Nathan's opening chapter makes him sound way more interesting. I gave a shit about Nathan way quicker than I gave a shit about Anastasia. And the thing is, at first, I didn't mean I liked him. I didn't particularly have a good first impression of either of them. But with Anastasia, she just felt kind of annoying, but that wasn't the point. Nathan felt like I was being introduced to a dickhead frat boy type that I wasn't supposed to necessarily gel with at first, that I would grow towards, and I was really hoping that the frat boy thing was either a bit of a what's the word, red herring, is that the right word? Yeah, so either the frat boy energy was like a bit of a red herring, which is how it went down, or that it was like he was going to grow from that, and it's kind of a bit of both, because he does have that, like, yeah, of course I've slept with loads of women love me kind of annoying vibes, but at the same time we also very quickly learn that it's like there's a frat boy vibe about him, but he's also got a heart of gold, and it actually is that, rather than the author going, no, I swear to you, he's lovely. He actually does seem like kind of a sweetheart, to his detriment as well. I shouldn't have gone to the party last night, but Benji Harding and the rest of the basketball guys are persuasive little shits. As much as I love throwing a party, nothing beats going somewhere else and coming home to a quiet house not full of other people's mess. Unless you're talking about this kind of mess. The kind where there's a woman in your bed and you can't remember who the hell it is. See, not necessarily likable, because that annoying kind of, yeah, I love partying, but better to come home to your own party so I don't have to deal with all this mess. And, oh, hey, dealing with women, am I right? Can't remember who she is. Irritating. But interesting. I was interested in this, and I really was interested as well to see how Hannah Grace would deal with it. Because I couldn't really work out if he was going to be that kind of... This is Bad Rep Book Club, right? Loads of douchebags, I'm being outwardly told that I should like them. I'm never talking about After Again in terms of the books themselves. Like, I'm not re-reviewing the first one. I am not reviewing any of the sequels for this channel. I've said that before. But if you know anything about them, Hardin Scott is such a grade A dickhead, but we are told throughout, my god, but we love him. He is amazing. Isn't he fantastic? We love it. I want to ask him what the capital of Thailand is, and then give him a demonstration.
What's the capital of Thailand?
Why don't you indulge me with your geography, big guy? Indulge me. Let me know. Tell me.
Bangkok.
Kitty Vincent is everything wrong with rich girls with daddy's credit card, a subspecies of women at UCMH I happen to be an expert on. Expertise I've gained from having sex with practically all of them. Now listen, it is a bold choice introducing a romantic lead like this. A man who's going to use the word subspecies, the most fucking... He's going to call them femoids next sort of feeling. But, Grace, I thought I was going to be seething at this man throughout. And don't get me wrong, there are moments where I'm like, listen, dickhead, but not for these reasons. Usually it's because he's like a bit too headstrong about stuff, and it's like, I care so much, and I'm like, sometimes you have to just like let people learn, which is the thing in the book anyway. You're supposed to be thinking like that. Generally speaking, with him, the feelings that you have about him are intentional, which is great because unfortunately it's kind of rare. My dad wasn't a fan of me heading out of state for college, and he was even less of a fan about me signing with a hockey team, never mind one in Canada. He wanted me to learn the family business and run the ski resorts until I'm old and grey like him. The idea of turning into my father has always been enough to kick my ass into gear and get my goals. Sounds like a fine enough sentence, but it... like I said, this feels like a YA book, and lines like that, I don't know what, like that line in particular ticked something in the back of my head. It's like, I think it's a kind of the way he complains about his dad. There's something about it that feels a bit more YA. It also feels a bit like fucking Disney Channel original. But the issue with a lot of the books in this very particular branch of romance, Icebreaker is part of this, After is part of this, the Spanish Love Deception, Elena Romas's books are in this genre. The Love Hypothesis, I assume the rest of Ali Hazelwood. The rest of her books, I'm going to see if there's anything on my shelf, which I don't think so, because I tend not to keep those. No, and I can't see. Oh, no. But you know this kind of genre where it's like, it's a huge issue where they sound like they're for a much younger audience, but contain that sexual content, and it feels so grating. And I don't just mean where it's like there's tension between characters and maybe they make out a little bit, because that's fine for teenagers or whatever, but it feels like but when you're reading the general plot, it sounds like a book meant for teenagers, where it's like, oh, cool college life and stuff. But it's not just that the characters have sex, it's that it is described in explicit detail for the express purpose of being erotic. It is, at the end of the day, pornography. And if you're not 18, you shouldn't be reading that. So why does this book sound like it is written for a 15-year-old? And yet, you know, like, oh, my dad wants this and that and the other off me. And it sounds like so mopey and complaining. Like, yeah, fine, you can be 21 and be kind of mopey that your dad's a bit of a dick. Like, girl, we all got daddy issues. Grow up. But, but like, it feels so Disney Channel in the way that they talk, not just in their actual speech to each other, but in the narration, because the narration is all first person present, which fucking red flag for any of this. But like, it's just, they sound like so young compared to what they are, and then they're banging, and like I said, it's got that Euphoria feel to it, because it's like, you know, if you, I know they are 21, but, and they're in college, but they still sound like teenagers, so it's got that, you know, Kenny JD brooding hot 25-year-old teenager. I'm not going to sing it because I don't have a voice like hers. And you look at the cover, and I mentioned this before, but like, this doesn't look like the rest of the books in its genre, so I don't have necessarily anything that I could bring immediately, but if I find something that's kind of, yeah, I think that would count. So I've got this, I've had it for a while, but this is generally what you see for pop romance, this kind of very simple, poppy, shapy, graphic-y kind of covers. And I'm not saying everything has to be like that, right? But it is pretty par for the course. These are all books, as far as I'm aware, for adults. So here, similar kind of vibe. And here, I think it's a slightly older book, but it's still got that very simple, graphic kind of style. And if you're in for a more classic romance, you'll see what I mean by this in a minute. You're going to have something that looks like this. I will be covering this at some point. So this is very much your Hallmark movie type thing. By the way, if you've ever seen a Hallmark movie that is adapted from a novel, this is probably the author that it is adapted from. It's not all of them, but Debbie McComber does so many, has her books adapted so often for those sort of things. So yeah, This looks so childish. And yes, there are warnings on the inside, and I think there should be a warning. Oh, there is a warning on the outside at the bottom of just above the barcode. There is a warning for an explicit content, but it's just like, it's such an irritating vibe, and I know I've gone on about it, but know your reader is such a basic for writing, and I hate how common this is, and this is just where my frustrations are coming out with it, but it is so common. Please, just sound like you're writing for adults. I don't know how old Hannah Grace is. Does it say in the back? No, I don't know how old she is, but I'm going to assume she's at least in her 20s. Just, if this is how you talk, then fine, but I feel like there is a disconnect that needs to be fixed. But to cycle back to what I was talking about, which is the book itself, if I go back to the beginning of this chapter, I was saying that it's got much more of a pop to it, it's got much more of an immediate interest, and I think this chapter in general has a lot more interest to it than I found with the first one, and that has a lot to do with the character itself. For one, with books like this, I think in general, characters are where books like this flourish, because the plots, generally speaking, they're not necessarily bad. This one isn't bad, but they are usually relatively basic, and there is nothing wrong with that. I am not saying that they have to be some intricate fucking 1984 is the first book that I thought. They don't have to be intricate and precise or anything like that. The point is that they are comfort type books. They are easy to read. They're getting you from A to B. The reason that you like these books are for the characters, and she does a much better job in the early going with getting you interested in Nathan than she does with Anastasia, at least in my opinion. And I think the plot point that she brings up early on, or the plot points that she brings up early on with Nathan, are still more interesting. So there are these two rinks. One of them is where the hockey team train, and one of them is where our figure skaters train. There has been an incident. The hockey rink is out of order. There is some bullshit going on. We will explain that later, I think. If not, it doesn't really matter. There's some nonsense and some pranking going on. Not super important. But that now means that the hockey players and our figure skaters have to divide their time on the rink for training purposes, and I genuinely think it would have been far better for us to have a little shuffling going on to see Anastasia's slightly more mundane practice get interrupted with news like this. I feel like that would have had a bit more of a for us to be introduced to. Chapter 3, Anastasia. We start this chapter once again with Anastasia being kind of whiny. I've gone into enough times how I find that just not as interesting as the way that Nathan is, and like that is just because of I know how this genre works. I know that he will either become better or more interesting as time goes by, or I'm going to be able to get fucking annoyed at him, because that's what I do here. The thing with Anastasia is it kind of becomes intentional in points where she's kind of bratty, and I mean that in the explicit sense of bratty, not necessarily in a childish way of that. Early on, I certainly found myself enjoying Nathan's chapters more. There generally became much of a muchness as to where I was more invested, but early on, definitely, I found him more intriguing. Anastasia is called into a meeting, and this is where she finds out about the timeshare of the rinks, and it's also where our two protagonists meet for the first time. Our not quite meet cute type of thing. I'm trailing behind Aaron, dragging my feet and feeling sorry for myself when I hear a "hey" and feel a hand land on my bicep. It's Mr. Sympathy, still sporting, you guessed it, a pity pout. Listen, I'm sorry, I know this sucks for all of us. I'm going to do what I can to make this as easy as possible. He lets go of my arm and takes a step back, giving me the chance to look at him close up for the first time. He towers over me by at least a foot, Broad shoulders, thick muscles straining against the sleeves of his Henley. Even beneath the dusting of stubble, you can see the sharpness of his jawline. I'm trying to work out if I've ever met him before when he starts talking again. I think it's a pretty good meeting between the two of them because, like, she's kind of off with him for obvious reasons. It is the hockey side of things that have got everybody into this shit, and he is the captain. So it's all under his guard. I mean, it wasn't them that really did it. I'll talk about that in a minute. But she's rightly a bit annoyed at him, but at the same time, we have established that he is exactly her type, physically at least, and I believe at this point we've already established that that's all she really cares about, and like not in a shallow way, but in a she's not interested in any kind of committal, so personality is not necessarily what she gives a shit about. Like, if you're sleeping with somebody for one night or whatever, they don't have to have a grade A personality necessarily. And from here we get the start of Anastasia's "I'm not into you, I swear," kind of fucking tsundere bollocks or whatever. I understand why people like that. It's kind of that ooh, tease kind of thing. I find it fucking irritating. So every time I complain about that, know that it's very subjective. And obviously all review is subjective. Some people might like the way that things are written here, but like, you're here for a review, so you're getting my subjective opinion. The comma splicing stuff is objective. I will say that. I complained about that earlier. That's entirely objective. But the tsundere, like, oh, tee, I promise I don't like you, I swear, just annoys me. Chapter 4. Nathan. So it is from here where we see the, oh, actually maybe he's not so bad side of Nathan. Now obviously we saw it a little bit where he went up to Anastasia being like, look, I will do what I can, but at the same time that's sort of what you're supposed to say. But here we see him helping out a teammate, and we start to see the softer protector side of Nathan. And I was pretty sure it was either going to go one of two ways. So we're either naturally going to see this side grow more, and we're going to actually see the decent side of him. We are going to see that actually he's not so much of a frat boy with a big ego and I'm all that, I'm this, that and the other. Or we're going to see these tiny little sprinklings of these, like, he has a good side, and do some I can fix him bullshit. Thankfully, we get an actual character progression, and we see the ego start to die down, and we see these decent sides of him start to go up, and we see that he is a massive protector, and just he constantly has this need to care for people, and that works both for and against him. And I'm so glad, because I fucking hate I can fix him narratives. But later, Anastasia and Nathan meet at a party, and there's more of her tsundere bullshit, which, like I've said, fucking irritates me. Once I said, look, Ash don't think it's cute. It grates on me so fucking bad, and I understand why people like that, like, tease kind of thing of like a, will they, won't they, and it's like, not quite, but it's in that same genre as an enemies to lovers, where you see them, but like, you can see what's there, but they can't, even though, like, very obviously there's tension between them. It's not cute, just fucking communicate. Anyway, chapter 5, Anastasia. Nate stops abruptly in front of me, almost sending me tumbling down the stairs. What are you doing? I ask, confused, when he practically rips his hand from mine. He steps to the side, and as soon as his massive body is out of the way, I see what he can see. Your boyfriend looks like he wants to murder me. Well, that's odd, I muse, moving so we're on the same step. I don't have a boyfriend. He's right though, Aaron does look ready to murder someone. It doesn't change as he approaches me and Nate when we step off the last stair. Hey, I chirp. I thought you were staying home tonight. Aaron is still staring at Nate even when I place my hand on his arm and give it a squeeze. Aaron's eyes finally meet mine, eyebrows raised. What were you doing upstairs with him? I feel Nate beside me, the ghost of his touch hovering around the bottom of my back. I decide to play nice instead of tearing Aaron a new one for being so weird and rude in front of an audience like I want to. Aaron, this is Nate. Nate, this is Aaron, my skating partner. The testosterone oozing out of them is practically palpable as they shake hands, each of their hands turning white when they try to crush each other's bones. Pathetic. Okay, I know that was a lot, but I'm going to break it down, don't worry. So, first up, we get another of those early signs of Aaron actually being a ball bag, because honestly, when I first read it, when I was doing first impressions, and I think part of this is because I was reading it staggered, I didn't necessarily spot just how much of a wanker he is early on. Like, there were some bits here and there, but going back through it in terms of doing, like, for writing my script, for getting the plot down, yeah, she actually did do a really good job of going, here's another sprinkling, here's another sprinkling, here's another sprinkling, and it's not mega subtle, but it's also not the most, like, he kind of just seems a bit of a moody dickhead, but he doesn't seem necessarily like the villainous ball bag he will become later on. Right here, we're seeing a moment where, yeah, he's a bit of an arse, but maybe it's one of those where we go, oh, is there something justifiable going on here? Because we're only seeing him through Anastasia's eyes, so there's this, like, bias there. But I did see that pathetic line. I was like, oh, that's a good sign, because we're not going to have, like, a yay, over masculine bullshit, even though her type is, like, super masculine men. But then, like, there's still a good whack of over masculine bullshit in this. Also coming from Nate as well, because if that was just coming from Aaron, I would be like, yeah, because he's a dickhead. But we get that I must fight to be protective type bollocks that is just like, ugh. But, like, he just seemed kind of aggressive. Don't get me wrong, I understand that in fiction that can be fun. You have somebody who's so aggressive and protective over you, and that's a fantasy. But if you're going to write a book that sounds like it's for teenagers, I'm going to act like you are writing a book for a younger audience who might not understand that that's terrifying. They're not necessarily just going to be protective over you if they're, like, big and strong and constantly out for a fight. Red flag. Red fucking flag. Also, quick side note here. So early on, we have the 3 male characters that are the most important, and it only goes on as, like, it only just gets more irritating as the book goes on. So early on, we have Aaron, Nate, and Ryan, or Aaron, Nathan, and Ryan. I know those names don't sound alike. It's not like we've got a Brian and a Ryan kind of thing. But those are such fucking generic white boy names that I was just like, I cannot keep these men in track. And the cast is huge. And most of them are men. Because, like, most of the side characters of the fucking hockey team that we meet later on, and they all sound the same. There are a few names I can remember. Obviously, our 2 protagonists. Henry and JJ are about the only ones I can kind of remember. And I think there's a guy called Russ. I think he's the guy in the wheelchair, but I can't remember. There are so many characters, and she just peppers these fucking names in, and I'm like, you all sound the same to me. So there's this bit of a back and forth about, like, what happened at the rink, and, like, it just becomes this whole lack of communication and miscommunication thing, and I find that so annoying. And again, it's one of those where I go, I know that it's a normal way to create conflict in a book, but I find it, my little neurodivergent brain finds it very overwhelming, and I'm like, but why can't you just explain it? Why don't you just, like, surely it's just going to cause more hassle for you if you don't just explain it. I'm not saying that, like, everybody has to tell the truth all the time, obviously fucking not, but, like, you make it so much more of a hassle than it's worth, especially when, like, right at the beginning of the next chapter, we get Nathan, yeah, summarizing it pretty fucking well. Why couldn't he have done that here? But no, apparently not. Apparently we have to overcomplicate everything. Chapter 6. Nathan. I've spent more time getting screamed at with the team than I have playing hockey with them recently. The guys who trashed the rinks were on the UCLA hockey team, our closest rival college. Aaron wasn't fully lying. The girl is pregnant, but it has nothing to do with Russ. The poor kid didn't know anything about it. He thought he'd been hooking up with someone's girlfriend. She blamed him when her older brother found out, and she panicked. I suppose it was easier to blame a stranger, and I doubt she expected him to drive over here and fuck up our arena. Why couldn't you have just explained that to anybody? Why does that matter? Like, you're not protecting him. Because, like, I think to him, he's protecting the Russ guy. But, like, is he? It's not like he actually did something wrong. Because, hang on, so let me go through that again. So, there is a pregnant girl. And Russ thought at first that he was the one that had got her pregnant. Not the case. But her brother got pissy and decided to trash the rink. Like, surely that's an easily explained... By the way, that's not how it happened. But no. Poor communication instead, and I thought that was tiring. And back to the stuff I was saying earlier about the, like, we had the, pathetic. And yes, I'm aware we've changed perspectives now. So we're not necessarily going to have that, like, God, these men are being pathetic about it. But at crossover time, so obviously they're sharing a rink. So we have figure skaters leaving, hockey skaters coming in. You're a dick. Do you know that? I'll tell Aaron brazenly. He throws his skate in his bag and switches to the other one, looking up at me to grin. Truth hurts, buddy. I'm not your fucking buddy. I clench my fist, desperately trying to keep my temper at bay. And if you talk about Anastasia like that again, you're going to be picking your teeth up from that rink. Oh my god, like a barely contained temper that could go off at any minute. Oh my god, that's like my type. I love it when a man doesn't know how to control his rage. Chapter 7, Anastasia. I have the softest spot for Henry Turner, one of the sophomores on the hockey team. I was stressing over my corporate social responsibility essay in the library when he approached me last week, sporting a worried look. He introduced himself, explaining he was on the team, and he'd heard what happened. He said he couldn't tell me too much, but he wanted to explain. Then he proceeded to tell me everything about everyone. If you're going to do the miscommunication or lack of communication thing, commit to it. Like, the person who has to actually explain this to her either has to... Because this won't come up again in relation to her and Nathan. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, he explained it. I know about it now. So that wasn't a plot point you were setting up. Just a bit. It's another one of those things that makes it feel like fanfiction. Because, like... Because the thing with a lot of fanfiction... And I think I talk about this later with another plot point. You get it where it's like... Oh, I'm setting up this. But it is only kind of important for the moment. It's like, oh, they're not communicating. And then... Here we go. It's dealt with. Because I have other more important things and like more interesting things to talk about. So it's dealt with now. You see that a lot with E.L. James. It's the thing I was talking about with Patience earlier. And like I said, she's generally a lot more patient than this with certain aspects. But with stuff, some stuff, not great. Like I say, E.L. James. Did I say M.R. James? That's the ghostwriter. I hope I did say E.L. James. E.L. James. Awful for this. Towards the end of this chapter, we see Anastasia putting Nathan on probation type thing where it's like listen, you're on thin ice. She doesn't say that. I just like that because I'm silly. But it is one of those things where it's like, yeah, you're totally on probation. And it's more part of their like, I totally hate you, tee-hee bollocks. But it it starts them working things out with each other, but I do think it could have been done a lot better just with that whole miscommunication thing. I think that should have been he comes to her and goes, look, I was overwhelmed by everything. I'm not saying this is exactly how it should have been done, but it a sort of, look, I was trying to protect my team. I didn't know how best to do it. Here's the truth. Kind of deal. Whatever. If not perfectly like that, then like that. And then she goes, right, fine. Well, then you're on probation until you learn how to fucking deal with this. The probation thing, it still could have ended. Hannah Grace has so much potential. And it's stuff like this where you go, you almost get it. But not quite. Chapter 8, Nathan. So Nathan, Anastasia, bunch of the hockey team, they're all out. And Nathan and Anastasia are clearly having a bit of a ooh moment. And there's a couple of guys in the hockey team. I think it is Henry and JJ, because it usually is those two as a duo. And one of them's like, come on, let's get a drink. And he's like, but I already have a drink. And I like that. That's a silly little like rom-com-y type moment. I think stuff like that's cute. And keeping it positive, I know the bar is incredibly low here, but bear in mind this is still a Bad Rep Book Club video, so you know the sort of bog dwellers that I'm usually dealing with. So it's like just genuinely so refreshing to see somebody in a book that I'm covering in Bad Rep Book Club episode, where I'm seeing a man fall for a woman in a way that feels normal. He is enthusiastic and hyped about this woman because he's falling for her. But it's not in an intense, overly crazy, like she's everything to me. I've only known her 2 days and I'm going to marry her and we're going to have babies kind of thing. Like, he's not completely fucking insanely obsessed with her, but he's very clearly into her. And it's just like man, she's in my thoughts. She's like, great. He's not got that like either over I watch you sleep and we're going to have loads of babies kind of overly intense, but at the same time it's not like the I'm too cool to actually be interested and we're supposed to like pretend that we've seen him fall in love at the point where he's like, I've loved you since forever. And like I say, I know how low the bar I've set here is, but I have set that bar in terms of books like this, not books in general. Not all romance books do I look and go, oh my god, he's bog standard. Oh, because there are still issues here. Like, there are still the weird rage issues and stuff, but it's not like a Harden Scott or a Christian Grey. He's not actively rageful towards her. There are Hello? Okay. EA app, I didn't ask you to open. I was like, yeah. So, there's still the rage stuff, but he's not actively rageful towards her. He just clearly has a bit of a temper, which is a bit of a red flag. But, as romance goes, we often deal with, well, my once upon a time standards, in which my dear old flatmate once said to me, your standards for men... Sorry, no. She said to me, the bar for men is on the floor, and yet you let them limbo. Which one day I will put that in a book that I write, because she fed me for filth. And I absolutely deserve it. And now I use it to judge fictional men. So, I hope you're happy with me. And by the end of this party that they're at, where they're having some drinks, it's very clear that as we're sort of winding towards the end of the chapter, it's clear that, like, something is about to happen with them. And it's obviously not going to be something romantic. It is purely going to be because these two want to bone. I was going to say jump each other's bones, which is fine, but I just went for both. They're massively into each other. That much is clear. And yes, she has been trying for a bit of that, like, hot and cold with that, you know, like, I'm totally not into you, I promise. But it does feel like they went from kind of flirty to I'm gonna do this, that, and the other to you or whatever kind of quickly. And I'm aware that does just happen sometimes, but to me, and I'm going to read from my script a little bit here, or I'm going to be more obviously reading from my script here because I want to make sure I word this properly, because this does feel like it feeds into either this is fanfiction or Grace needs to log out of AO3, because if you're reading an explicit fanfiction, and I mean explicit in like the, not like it's explicitly fanfiction, I mean that the fanfiction is explicit, I already know, like, if I'm going to go into a fanfiction that is explicit, I already know that, one, I wrote it here as well, I want these two characters to bone. So, one, I want these characters to bone, and two, I know that that's going to happen. So, when you go into that, you have character A and character B. We know this, we want this to happen, we know it's going to happen. Part of the tension is already built up in our minds because we already know that it's going to happen. So, like, this is the first ship that I thought of and it says everything about me. I'm going into a Destiel fanfiction. Tell me that. I already think that Dean and Castiel have sexual tension between them. The fanfiction is going to work on that, but it isn't going to establish it. That's part of the reason this book feels like fanfiction, is because it feels like the tension is pre-established, but it's not, because they meet in this book. It is not pre-established. But the actual dialogue itself, so towards this, where they're getting like really quite intensely flirtatious, it still doesn't feel like fanfiction type writing, at least, and it also doesn't feel like cheap porno type writing. It actually does feel like she knows what she's doing here. The dynamic that she is establishing here is worked on later on, and it's kind of on Nathan's part, a low-key dominating thing, and it's not like outright BDSM or anything like that, but there is a dominating factor to Nathan and a more bratty, subby vibe to Anastasia. And she works on that as they go through. And yes, that is what she's trying to establish with that I totally don't like you thing. With that being kind of bratty. But it doesn't hit for me. Chapter 9. Anastasia. Really sorry that I have to read some scenes like this. I will not be reading a lot of this stuff. Mostly because even if it's not cringe-inducing, it's cringe-inducing for me to read out loud. It is not something that I particularly enjoy. Maybe it's an innate, oh dear, Britishness about me or something. I don't fucking know, but I don't like reading this stuff out loud. He's barely touched me, and yet I'm ready to melt into a puddle at his feet. I don't know whether it's the proximity, the sheer adrenaline, or the tequila, but every rational thought disappears, and I crush my mouth against his. First of all, crushing your mouth against his, I don't like that. Second of all, if you're going to be writing a sexually explicit scene, maybe do not bring attention to the fact that one or both of your characters has been drinking. Now, yes, if they've both been drinking, there's a little more of a grey area and you can get away with it. But I would still say, don't bring attention to it. And if you have one character being like, oh my god, maybe I'm doing this because I'm drunk. No! Bad! Naughty! Stop that. Also, during this scene, we hear Nathan say, I don't joke about consent, Anastasia. Let me just remind you, I don't know if it's the proximity, the sheer adrenaline, or the tequila. I really hope you've been drinking as much as her, because they have both been drinking a little bit, but if she hadn't have brought attention to the fact that she's been drinking tequila, by the way, you wouldn't be thinking about it. You would have gone, oh, they're both at a party. They probably both had a couple of drinks. But also, he's like a foot taller than... Not now. He's like a foot taller than her. He's huge as fuck. And she's some... Come on. And she's some nippy little fucking... She's built like a ballet dancer, right? So she's going to be... She's 5'4". She's going to be petite. She cannot drink as much as him objectively. There's not a single fucking chance she can drink as much as him. Don't bring attention to the fact that she has been drinking if you're going to be having them bone. They don't bone, by the way. I think he just goes down on her, if I remember rightly. I did not write intimate details. But what I will say is that, generally speaking, this scene and many of the others were actually written really well. I do not talk about it every time they get together. I will write about it if it is important for me to talk about. I think what is important to note is that, unfortunately, I think the climax feels a little bit overblown, but finding a balance between she's just had a great experience and it feels mind-blowing, and, you know, rather than just having go, oh, and she came, you know, you want to find a bit of a balance between the two. And unfortunately, it feels a little bit overblown, but that's fine. It's not the end of the world. But I really appreciate that Hannah Grace is not euphemistic. She doesn't write like my center, my core, like any of this bollocks. She uses words like pussy or cock or whatever. She uses actual words for genitals rather than like some, like she uses the word clit for example, which you never see in books like this. Why not? Sorry, I'm allergic to clits. It's not true. It's why I'm transitioning. It's an allergy problem. Anyway, yeah, I really appreciate, like, you genuinely, thank you, Hannah Grace, for not doing that, because it's fucking infuriating. And apparently that is a huge thing with fanfiction, especially from people who were writing and or reading back in the fanfiction.net days, because while there were ways around getting your explicit content on there, like lemons and things like that, if you don't know, look up fanfiction and lemons and stuff like that, like Google what it means. But obviously a lot of people have carried over the euphemistic elements from those days, and they've just stuck around in the community, and I wish that they hadn't, because I hate it. And apparently it's just it doesn't go away. And post hookup, Anastasia is in like a bit of a tiz about it, because she's like, I'm kind of conflicted here, because I was supposed to be super against this guy, but like, I mean, man did good, so like, and she's all like in a tiz about it. And I like seeing the little friendship moments between her and Lola. And yeah, fine, Ryan the basketball guy is also here for some fucking reason, and quite rightly, he basically does not show up from here on out. I think he's mentioned by name a couple of times, but I actually don't, fuck off fruit fly, I don't think he shows up anymore in person after this. Chapter 10, Nathan. So Nathan learns about Anastasia's thing with Ryan, and I think he knows that it's not actually a relationship, but still persists on being a jealous little piss baby about it. And it's so annoying. Like, you have nothing established with her. I understand that feeling of like I'm into her and I kind of don't want to see her with other guys. But it's not like you are in now a friends with benefits thing and you've realised you've got feelings and you're seeing her sleep with somebody else and you're going, oh shit, I need to confront this. You've had one hookup and you didn't have, like, coitus. You went down on her. That's about it. I'm pretty sure that's all that happened. And you're like, oh my god, she's like sleeping with somebody. Yeah, she is. And he was sleeping with her. And she was sleeping with him before she was sleeping with you, dickhead. She doesn't even look like she's skating. She looks like she's floating. I can't take my eyes off her. Her arms reach out towards Shithead. They're not even looking at each other, but they still connect perfectly. Before I know what's happening, she's up in the air, resting on one of his hands, spinning, gripping the blade of her skate to hold her leg above her head. I think he's about to drop her as he quickly lowers her, but somehow she's spinning through the air, a combination of limbs that I can't even keep track of. I wipe the sweat from my brow when her skates are back on the ice and let go of the breath I didn't even know I was holding. Imagine building all of that up, because that is a beautiful sequence, by the way, only to have I released the breath I didn't even know I was holding. Please. I can deal with tropes in books like this. Story type tropes and some tropey lines. That line, get in the bin. Go fuck off. Get in the bin. Because that should have been the beautiful build up to what happens next, which is Anastasia has a nasty fall and bonks her fucking head. So Aaron gets over to her. And Aaron gets her over to where Coach Brady and Nathan are, and I will say I enjoyed the line, she must be properly injured if she isn't even annoyed by my existence. Like, I think that's cute, because like the dynamic that they've already established, I think that's kind of fun. Like, yeah, that's fun. I think that's fine. I want to talk about the positives as well as the negatives, and I think I have been doing, but you know, I want to space it out. And because Nathan is trained in first aid, he takes her to one side to try and patch her up, make sure she's all right. And they have like a nearly moment. But of course, Aaron being who he is, he steps in and interrupts them. And the thing is, yeah, sure, Aaron is a ball bag. But at this point, the dynamic they have set up is that Nathan doesn't look enough better than him, because they're supposed to be each other's foils, right? Not necessarily. There's no romantic triangle. So you got love triangle. There's no love triangle, which I like to call a love V, because by the way, if there's no connection, it's not a triangle. That's a V, sunshine. But there's no love triangle set up going on here. It's purely just that he's on the sideline being a ball bag. But Nathan's also just feels like he's not actually doing this, but it just feels like he's going so juvenile, which by the way I do sometimes with these characters in these books, go in my head, but there's zero maturity here and it's really fucking annoying. You know, especially when I already have the complaints about it not feeling very adult and it feels kind of juvenile. Chapter 11, Anastasia. I make allowances for Aaron. Desperate to cling to those lovely moments we share. He does care about me and he does care about Lola. But sometimes, like now, he says something that makes me question. Fuck's sake, try again. I make allowances for Aaron. Desperate to cling to those lovely moments we share. He does care about me and he does care about Lola, but sometimes, like now, he says something that makes me question his real motives. There are times when the idea he'd say anything bad about either of us feels impossible, when he's fiercely loyal and protective without being toxic, and when the three of us are tucked up together in our living room, watching movies and laughing. Then there are times, like now, when the nasty streak he has seeps through the cracks. Sometimes it comes so out of nowhere, it feels like whiplash, making me wonder if I know him at all. Now, I will say, when I first read that, I thought, oh, we're going to get that, like, bollocks where we're supposed to forgive him. No. This is actually an arc for Anastasia to learn to overcome the fact that he is just a knobhead. this is an awareness thing with how, like, Hannah Grace knows what she's doing with this. Like, it's not perfectly executed, I don't think, but I never expect perfection. I think she does it pretty fucking well. You know, it's kind of, if you know about manipulative bastards, you know that what Anna's saying here, where it's like, I can see that he's a really great guy, but sometimes this bastard slips through the cracks. It's like, no, he's a bellend who also knows how to be manipulative and make you think that he's nice. So Anastasia and Nathan are on this night out later on, and we have now actually set up their dynamic. Now, this is going to sound really obvious given that they've already hooked up, but bear in mind that Anastasia was like super awkward and bolted afterwards. Like, it wasn't just a, oh, she hooked up and then decided to leave. No, she like fucking ran. They've actually now basically set up that there is an interest between them, and from what went onto the I totally hate you type flirting, feels a bit more like there's an actual dynamic there, and that kind of bratty, jokey vibe feels more overt. Chapter 12, Nathan. Once again, we have a jealous Nathan because Anastasia has the audacity to be talking to one of his hockey teammates, JJ, and it's so fucking annoying because jealousy is never cute. I do not give a shit about it in fiction or reality, because some things, it's like I was saying with that overprotective nature that is a bit excessive, can feel fun in fiction as a fantasy, even if you know consciously. Yeah, you probably wouldn't actually want a guy like that. Guys who are jealous can eat a bag of dicks, whether they are fictional or real. Fuck the lot of them. Despite Nathan's general moodiness, he does actually ask Anastasia for a dance, and it's not so much dancing as her grinding up against him, and he's like stiff as a board, and that not being a comment on his dance skills. And once the night is waning, is that the right phrase? You know what I mean. The night is coming to a close. Too many of them squeeze into this tiny little Uber, so you've got Anastasia ending up sat on Nathan's lap. And Nathan, I think he like gives the Uber driver like a massive tip to make him okay with this, which, like, fine, rich boy bollocks or whatever. But because this chapter leads directly into the next one, I want to give you a little heads up about what might be coming up, because friendly reminder here, because this next chapter is my own fucking personal hell. This is the worst chapter in this book by far. So, one, this Uber is full of their friends. Like I said, it is packed. There are probably other people on other people's laps, not just Anastasia on Nathan's. Two, the Uber driver never asked for what's about to happen. If it makes you feel any less embarrassed, she whispers, moving our right hand along her inner thigh until I can feel the heat radiating from between her legs. I'm so fucking wet. Widening her knees, she moves our joined hands closer, and I'm not wearing any panties. Oh, and for good measure, they've both been drinking, obviously. So, yeah, chapter 13, Anastasia. And I've already just read a bit from there, and I'm unwilling to read anything else, because, listen, just reading that wet line already made me feel gross to read out loud. And also, I don't want to be reading erotica directly onto the fucking internet, because that's not my vibe. I'm actually going to show you my progression into madness by reading you through my notes that I had from this. So, 1, not in the Uber. Please, nothing in the Uber. Your driver didn't sign up for this. I hope they plummet your star rating. 2, and this is all in caps, all your friends are in this cab as well. What the fuck, Hannah Grace? Fucking rancid. 3, you can't finger bang her in front of everyone. I don't care how bloody quiet she is. Everyone can see that you're knuckle deep. 4, this wouldn't even be a bad sex scene if it were just in private. Nobody else in this car consented to be present to this, you fucking nasties. The dialogue, actions, descriptions, they all work. The light, dom, brat stuff works. It feels like Grace gets what that stuff is about. It's just public filth. And then there's a little sad face. 5. I was shouting and I think that's got me in trouble. Let's try not shouting anymore. Anyway. 5. Tight, is it, Nathan? Okay, so either Grace, Nate, or both don't understand AFAB bodies. Noted. And yes, I'm aware you can be, like, tighter, but when somebody keeps mentioning it's like, oh, baby, you're so tight or whatever like that. It's probably because they're not into it as much as you think they are, because you don't understand AFAB bodies. And yes, I know that's probably not the right way to use AFAB grammatically. I don't care. 6. Oh, so you are using core. In your defense, this might mean core as in core, strength, abs, whatever. Thin ice, Grace. 7. I fucking hate it here. 8. So we're going to pretend like everyone didn't just clock what they were doing. Fine. Why do I bother? And we have another sad face. 9. Well, at least I can rely on Lola to say something, but I know it's going to be played off as just a little tee-hee-hee moment, and it's not. Nothing tee-hee-hee about violating your mate's boundaries. 10. Yay, romanticizing jealousy. Whoopee! Look, to be serious for a moment, that is genuinely fucking disgusting. Nobody else, like, they just play it off as like a sex scene. It's like, ooh, they did something naughty, and Lola makes a quipping remark. It's not like he was like fondling her thigh, or even just like a boob or something. Like it wasn't just like a bit of heavy petting. He was, well, right? This isn't, for example, somebody wearing a secret sex toy, which some might argue is dubious. People, I've heard people make arguments against that in 50 Shades Darker, which the issue with that isn't that she's wearing a secret sex toy, by the way. The issue with that is that she's wearing a secret sex toy to a charity event run by her boyfriend's family. That's what makes that weird. But like, were Anastasia in this car, and she sat on his lap and she can feel him underneath her, and there's a bit of like grinding, and like I said, there's some fondling. It's weird. And it's like, oh god, could you guys like give us some space? That would still be weird. But this isn't like, oh, you can stay quiet and like nobody consented to this. This isn't sneaking off from a party and like you've gone into a place where somebody might walk in. So there's a bit of a thrill from the fact that somebody might walk in, but they don't. And there's like, oh, you got to keep it down so nobody can hear. No. You're in close proximity. There is somebody sat, like, here. There would be, you're in a taxi. So there's somebody sat, like, your thigh is definitely touching somebody else's thigh while you are finger deep in your girlfriend. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, Jesus Christ. Nobody consented to this. It just feels like such an unnecessary scene that could have waited, if that makes sense. And I don't mean that car ride could have happened later. I mean that we could have had like the sexual tension brewing in this car ride. You can feel that he's like, because she sat on his lap. So like, yeah, fine. Have him like going, shit, she's going to notice. And last time we had any kind of interaction, she bolted. She can't do that. We're in the car. This is awkward. But there's an obvious thing that she's like kind of getting closer to him physically. So there's like they know what's going on, but they're not actually doing anything explicit kind of thing. And afterwards, Lola makes a comment about it. You could see it written on your face that you were clearly well into the fact that she sat on your lap. Something like that. That would be fine. But no. We couldn't then have them go off into a bedroom and then have the session that they just had. But no, we have to do that in front of all of your friends and a stranger in the fucking Uber driver who is not ever going to be paid enough for you to have done what you just did. chapter 14, Nathan. So at the end of the last chapter, they get back to Nathan's place and she wants to go all the way with him, as it were. And his objection is that she's drunk. And the objection isn't that she's drunk, therefore cannot consent. His objection is that he wants her to be able to enjoy that fully and be fully aware of it. Now, obviously, that is kind of linked to consent. But at the beginning of this chapter, we see him being like, oh man, I'm a bit of an idiot. She was right there and I didn't do anything. But also, you know, like, he's right for not doing anything. But then you can understand the bit of that, like, man, I kind of did really want to sleep with her, though. Fam, you fingered her in a taxi like 5 minutes ago. Is that not an issue? Because she's drunk? Oh, I'm sorry, your dick is the magical thing where it's like... Listen. Later on, we get one of those lines. Like, later on, we actually get an intentional, like, look at this line of, like, this is a man written by a woman. And this feels like a man written by a fucking man, where he's like, yeah, the real good shit comes from my penis, because that's the stuff you should be really aware of. And yes, I am aware there is a different level of intimacy when it comes to somebody using their hands, somebody using their mouth, somebody using their dick. Fine. But that is some big man brain bullshit there, where he's like, I don't care that if you were a bit drunk when I'm fingering you, but like I do care if you're drunk when I'm gonna fuck you with my pig. I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. Afterwards, like after basically the rejection, she tries to sneak out of the like hockey team's house because they all kind of live together, and Lola is also there and notices that she's basically just in a t-shirt and underwear, and she's like, you're not going home on your own. So she gets sent off, and Anastasia ends up in the same room as Henry. Nothing happens between them, but she does stay in that room for the night. And then the next morning, Nathan goes in to see her, and we have a good scene with a lot of good communication, which doesn't actually happen as often as Hannah Grace will tell you it happens. It is one of those where it feels a bit therapy speaky, but like that makes sense on Anastasia's part, to be fair, because she's been in therapy for quite a while, so it's not a badly written scene, and we like some good communication between them about what happened and all of that, and yeah, it's nice. And then I don't think Henry is there for where they're discussing what happened between the two of them. And then at the end of this chapter, we do see a text exchange, which, like, I don't know how much I'm gonna have to censor, but yeah. Oh, also her name. It is a joke between the two of them. I will say that much. Like, it's not just but it never goes away. And every time they text, you have to see that, because every time they text, I think you do see it from Nathan's POV whenever it's one of his chapters, and it's always just a bit like, ugh. So yeah, he is texting Uber slut, and that isn't like, oh, she's an Uber slut, like Uber mensch or something like that. It is Uber as in the car ride service. It's a joke between them that she made. Where are you going tonight? Who is this? You know who it is. I think you have the wrong number. Sorry. I don't think I do. Are you going to a party? Meeting some bikers. Big ones. Full of sperm. Great choice of film reference. Such a brat. Tell you what, Hawkins. You found me before midnight, and you can finally fuck this pretty little mouth of mine. That way I won't be able to be such an impatient, bossy little brat. Deal? You're gonna look so good with my cock in your mouth. Now, I didn't like reading that. And like I say, I don't read erotica particularly, because it's just not... It's not my bag. I always feel like I'm intruding on something whenever I'm reading erotica. But I will say that Hannah Grace gets their dynamic done really well. Like I say, you can see in this exchange where they're they work really well up against one another, if that makes sense. And listen, whether you like it or not, be it in real life or in fiction, all dirty talk is fucking cringe. If you think about it too hard, it is deeply, deeply cringe. But that being said, this is still written well. I don't feel that feeling of every time I see one of the Weeknd's lines in The Idol where I want to throw myself into the sea. And there are some lines later on where I'm like, ooh, I don't feel like I should have been seeing that. This feels like fine. It works with their dynamic, that bratty dynamic thing that I was talking about. It's good. It's fine. Chapter 15, Anastasia. So this is where I first started to really notice that the cast is too big for me. And I know that some people like big casts, but if you're somebody like me who would rather just have a relatively small cast of characters, or I read some stuff with big cast of characters that I don't like that, but I still enjoy the book. And overall, I didn't hate it. Like, I am massively critiquing it. I didn't hate this book, if I'm totally honest. But the cast is too big. There are too many names. This text exchange with JJ is setting up her plan. So we just saw the text exchange with Nate where they're like, oh, what are your plans for the night? This is her plan for the night. So, with the help of the hockey team, she's going to throw a party, but only after Nathan leaves. So he's going to be looking out for her all night, trying to get this hookup that he's after. And as soon as he's fucked off, it's going to turn out that she's been at his place the whole time. I think that's fun. She knows this man is down bad, and she's going to fuck with the man's horny brain. I think that's funny as hell. It's like real rom-com shenanigan type stuff, right? Nathan comes back, but he's with this girl called Summer, and Anastasia's like, wait, am I jealous? I've got this pang of jealousy. And yeah, that's what you get. Like, unfortunately, if you're going to mess with the man's horny brain, and he's getting to a point where he's like, well, the first port of call for my horniness, I'm not going to be getting anything from her. I'll go be horny with somebody else, or at least that's what she's seeing. That can happen. You've got to expect that. But it turns out that like nothing actually happened between them. And at the same time, it's like, if you want to be commitment free, you don't get the jealousy. If there's nothing between you, what's there to be jealous for? And obviously that is the setup for the plot of like, oh wait, am I jealous? Because I'm into him? And I don't really like that. But I understand how it works. It's not anger. It's deeper than that. Agonizing and maddening, igniting me like a fire. I think it's jealousy. Shit. And like, I think this might just be a me. Well, like, not just me, but I think this might be a very subjective one, that like, the jealousy on both sides is how they figure out that they're into each other. I think that's icky. I understand why people are like, ooh, it's because they're so fiery for each other. I think it's gross, but whatever, I understand. I never touched Summer. She got her period and needed to use the bathroom urgently. I've been sitting up here waiting for you to come and get angry at me. He grips my chin softly, running his thumb across my bottom lip. I've been interested to see how this no jealousy thing you were talking about works. Fuck. Well, I am angry at you, Nathan. Good. So fucking angry. Perfect. Our mouths smash into each other in a crazed, drunk and desperate display of built-up sexual frustration. Once again, piss off jealousy. 2, remember a few chapters ago when he was like, I want our first time to be completely sober, and our first time going all the way, as it were. What was that line? Our mouths smash into each other in a crazed, drunk and desperate display of built-up sexual frustration. Yeah, I would really like some consistency in your own writing here. And it's not that long ago that you wrote that. So, like, I would be really nice to this if it wasn't for the fact that it's like fucks with the consent aspect of it. Like, fine, there's a bit of lack of consistency in something, like, but because it fucks with the consent stuff, and like they're drunk a fair amount for some of these sex scenes, and it's just like, ugh. But, you know, again, the actual language used itself is mostly fine for the actual sex scene. I will say, we do get the line, our tongues fight for dominance, which is fucking stupid. And generally speaking, Grace has far more awareness than this in her. Like, we get occasionally like, oh, our faces smash into each other, and it's like, it's fine. One of those things, there are only so many ways to phrase it, but that, our tongues fight for dominance. Like, excuse you. Chapter 16, Nathan. Now, like I said, there is a dynamic set up really nicely between the two of them, both in their real life and in their sex life. But I think it genuinely works far better in the bedroom than it does in their real life. Now, that is very much just a personal preference type thing. I think the dynamic when it comes into their real life still plays a bit off that I totally hate you type stuff. But I will say it feels a lot like Hannah Grace decided on their sexual dynamic first and then played their everyday dynamic off of that, which is fine. It's an erotica. Of course it's fine to have your sexual play be a priority, because that's what people are coming into this for. They're not coming into it for the plot. They're coming in because they want to see people that they assume are going to be attractive, like, golf with each other, whatever. Like, people are coming into this because they want some sex. Chapter 17, Anastasia. So when it comes to reading, note-taking, scripting, editing, all of that, like, the process of that, I often do it at the library. I've been doing more of this, like, later on at home. But that's just because I've been tired, lazy, and also it's been pissing it down all of the time. But I often work at the library because I find there are fewer distractions there. I don't have cats jumping on my laptop every 5 seconds. And I don't have the urge to just play Fight Forever or go on my Switch and play Mario Kart or something. I can't do that at the library, but I can do that when I'm at home. But, Christ alive, trying to work on a book like this, when a group of like 30 or so school kids walks in, it's like, I know they can't read what I'm doing. But that was such a pain in the arse. Because I feel like, what if they walk over and say just one word? All they need to see is one word. Like, I found a fantastic word that came up with this, because when I was working, I got the joy of seeing the word dicknatized, as in hypnotized by the dick. And I think that's a fucking wonderful word. But they don't need to see that. Back to the actual plot. Anastasia plans her life deeply meticulously. And this is a huge part of her, and it is well established from the start. Now, she meets with Nathan after work, and they have a bit of a quarrel to do with her planning stuff. And it's nothing serious. It's like just story conflict type stuff just to keep the plot going. It's fine. That's not my issue here. But at one point, he puts his hand on her thigh. I forgot about this bit. I forgot what this line was going to be until I just read it. The thigh holding I can deal with. I can't deal with the patterns and occasional squeeze. Fine. Next bit. That shit is making my vagina scream, and I'm not sure she's ready for the consequences of being a whiny little slut. Again. Why is it screaming? I should never mind that. How? Go hold it screaming. It's a metaphor. No. That's so fucking funny. Just the idea. Because they're sat in a car, so it's not like it's ow. So just the idea of him touching her thigh, and you can just hear this, ah! Look, muffled muffs aside, what follows is actually a really great character learning moment when it comes to Anastasia. So, like, she puts a lot of pressure on herself to be perfect. A lot of that coming from, like, this not quite pressure from her adoptive parents, but it feels like there's pressure coming from her. Like, she has this feeling like she wants to make them feel. Sorry, I should be serious. She wants to make them feel like they effectively made the right choice when they chose to adopt her. And it is one of those that where, like, I was not necessarily super invested in these two by this point. So it's difficult because it's a genuinely well written scene, and Hannah Grace is not a bad writer, but it's the potential thing. Like I had with Spanish Love Deception, where there were scenes in that which would have been good if I'd managed to be a bit more invested. But I would imagine that there are people who manage to put certain things aside that I'm not really able to, and I think that is because I read for review. Maybe they didn't care about the screaming vaginas and they can just see this scene for what it is, and it genuinely does tug on heartstrings and would tug a lot harder if I cared more. And I do get a bit more invested as the story goes on. I mean, that's how story should work, but I think there is an expectation that I would be more invested by this point. But when Anastasia gets home, Aaron notices that she has hickeys on her neck, and Lola accidentally drops Anastasia right in it when she makes a quippy little joke aside about hockey hype. And Aaron realizes that she's got a thing going on with Nathan, and he's a giant fucking piss baby about it. Now, I want to make it clear that pretty much every single time I talk about Aaron being a dickhead from now on, that's actually a compliment to Hannah Grace. And I will make it clear, I don't think there are actually any occasions where it's a writing issue, but where it's an issue of writing rather than me hating the character, I will bring that up. But generally speaking, Hannah Grace did a really fucking good job of writing a big old man-child, snivelly little bastard. And I think the ability to write villains is one that should be commended, because it is genuinely fun to hate him, and that's the point. Now, I'm going to end this part here. This is all still going to be one video, but I have been filming, by the way, for 2 hours and 23 minutes. So, I mean, it's going to be shorter for that when you see this. But yeah, I'm going to leave now. I'm going to film more of this tomorrow. Maybe go and get yourself a snack. Go and get yourself a piss. Have a light break. A little nap, if you will. I will see you all tomorrow. So we're back for part 2, even if we are in the same video. And up next we have chapter 18, Nathan. To help Anastasia start to feel a bit better after what's just happened, she and Nathan go back to his place, and it's clear that she's allowing herself to become a little bit closer to him, and it's a good moment of that showing over telling, where we have been told things a little bit sort of like over the head in places. We are allowed a little more subtlety here, and I always like to commend that sort of thing. And this is also the first time that Nathan starts to see Anastasia's not ideal relationship with food, but it isn't a huge, to him, he hasn't noticed how big the issue is yet, and he also doesn't know how it relates to Aaron. Chapter 19, Anastasia. Once again, I am having visceral throwbacks to the early to mid 2010s fandom culture because I had to read the phrase, even my ovaries were screaming. Like, it says so much to me of if there was an influence of fanfiction. I know I keep bringing this up, but if there is an influence of fanfiction, fandom culture, any of that sort of thing, it has a very specific point in time of the type of fandom culture that has had an effect on this book, and I really wish it hadn't. It's a lot like, oh god, what was that book called? I did a review on it, and I might come back to it to do a video on it, because I think that would be a lot of fun. It was a book, it was a fanfiction about Jensen Ackles, who you may know from Supernatural. I think he's also in The Boys at the minute, but there was an incident probably about 10 years ago at this point at like a Comic-Con, and somebody left crying, and even though it wasn't actually that bad, I don't think, but I've never really read into it. But yeah, maybe I will do a video on that. I've probably put on the screen the actual name of the book. It was awful. I got rid of it as soon as I finished it. It wasn't even like oh, isn't this a funny little charming thing, or like with some books I couldn't get refunds on and stuff like that when I had them on ebook if you've had them over a certain amount of time. It's why I still have Onision books on my fucking Kindle. Anyway, sorry if you can hear my laptop in the background. It's screaming because I'm editing, and that's what happens. It's getting upgraded soon, so that should be fine. But anyway, the book I was thinking of is Ship It by Britta London, and she was behind a lot of the early Riverdale TV series, or at least she was a part of the writing team, and from what I gather, she may be the person that was behind the "I'm a weirdo" speech. So, if nothing else, icon for that. But it also tells you everything you need to know. It's been a week since Aaron found out I hooked up with Nathan, and he's still mad, but I can't work out why for the life of me. So when I was first reading this, I was very much under the impression that something like that was leading up to Aaron. Basically, it comes out that in the end, he was just into her. He's awful to her because he likes her, the kind of thing that you tell children for some reason on playgrounds. I hope they don't do that so much anymore, but I'm sure that still happens. The only thing that would lead to any of this kind of conclusion is his final act at the end, and I don't think that leads to him actually being into her. I'm sure some people would read into that. I don't personally think that is where she went with it, and I'm kind of glad. I think the thing that he does at the end is purely an act of exerting power over her, not an act of, oh, I was the right one for you all along type thing. So they're at a Halloween party, and for a bit of a joke, Anastasia decides to wear a jersey, like a hockey jersey, but of one of the other teammates. If I remember rightly, it's probably JJ. It'll either be JJ or Henry. It usually is. And Nathan gets into this like possessive little strop about it, which on the one hand is deeply pathetic, and on the other hand is like, aren't I meant to be liking him? Aren't I meant to be into him? And he's just like, oh, but I know what it's meant to be. It's meant to be some power play of like, but you're mine. But she's not. Like, I don't even mean this in the literal, like, nobody is owned by anybody else kind of thing. They're not together. They're entirely non-committal at this point. She doesn't owe you shit. Like, where does this powerful little, oh, but you're mine, come from? Same issues as in 50 Shades. He does that all the time where he's like, oh, but you're mine, Anastasia. Exactly. But, like, it's just gross. Like, it's meant to be a power fantasy thing, but it doesn't feel assertive. It feels kind of aggressive because there is no dynamic that is actually those two being an item yet. They're just having sex. And there's no established dynamic in which he could, in public, be like, but you're supposed to be mine with her. Nathan stalks towards me, and with every step he takes forward, I take one back, until my back hits the wall. The excitement begins to build as I concentrate on his furious face, and for some masochistic reason, there is nowhere more excited than the spot between my legs that's frickin' pulsing. A hand settles on either side of my head, and he leans down to eye level. Take off Jaden's jersey, or I will rip it from your body. You seem angry, Nathan, I tease, running a finger up and down his scarf. With his face an inch from mine, I rub my nose against his, enjoying how his breathing slows when I whisper, I think you need to find a way to channel your rage into something rewarding. I'm so fucking angry with you, he rasps, capturing my mouth with his. He picks me up, pressing me harshly into the wall. Now listen, I understand that is meant to be playful, but it doesn't feel it because I know that they don't have anything established. So I want to read directly from my script here because I want to make sure I'm phrasing this right. So it's not in a controlled setting is the issue. Like the anger in any sub-dom relationship, like an actual sub-dom dynamic, which isn't what these two actually have. In an established sub-dom relationship, there is like an anger there, and you can say things like I'm angry with you or anything like that. As long as that's established, that's fine. That kind of play, completely valid. But there is nothing like that actually ever discussed between these two, and I think you have to be careful with the kind of boundaries, because if you have no boundaries set up for play, then you have no boundaries set up for when you want the play to stop. Now, we have nothing to suggest that if she did go stop, Aaron would do anything. Not Aaron, Nathan would do anything. But he is somebody with somewhat of a temper that ebbs and flows throughout it. And particularly, he is a man with a lot of deep-rooted jealousy. And a scene like this really amplifies that, and it's one of those where you really have to be conscious about the fact that this has to be very clear. This is just fantasy. If you have a man that is actually like this, probably not best to be sticking around, if I'm totally honest. Oh, also, we get such a tight little redacted Anastasia, all for me. Once again, I'm aware she may just be a smaller person, or he is particularly well endowed, therefore he is taking up more space. But the fact that he constantly is like, oh, you're so tight for me, you're so tight, like, please stop using that. It doesn't mean what you think it means. And at the end of this chapter, Aaron shows up. I look at Aaron, giving him a welcoming smile, but he doesn't return it. Hey, I'm so glad you're here. You okay? My eyes flick back to the arm he's clutching, and I feel physically sick when I realise it's not a costume. Aaron, what happened to your arm? His eyes narrow, and he looks at me with so much hatred that I can't breathe. Ask your boyfriend, Anastasia. This takes up until, I believe, like, somewhere in the last 5 chapters of the book to actually be wrapped up. The actual thing with his arm. Now, I know that sounds like, oh my god, that takes so long. Why would you wait that long? But I think she made absolutely the right choice in that patience, and I will talk about that again later when the revelation about his arm actually comes up. I think she did a great job with it. this is basically the setup for Aaron going from kind of a dickhead, like maybe there's better sides to him, maybe he's just in a mood about something, to 24/7 now, pretty much. He is a grade A ball bag. Chapter 20, Nathan. Now, because of this arm stuff, obviously everything has now just blown up. Nathan's insistent to Anna that he didn't actually do anything, but Anastasia doesn't know what to believe because he has lied before, with the lying about all the stuff with the rink at first and that was a big thing. And even though he was lying to protect somebody, she can't work out if he's doing that now or if he's just lying because she knows he has issues with Aaron and all that. And also, she doesn't know what to do now because that's her skate partner who is injured, and she knows that she's going to miss incredibly important competitions because obviously you can't really have a figure skating partner when one of you needs to be lifted and the person who's lifting has a fucked up arm. But while he didn't actually do anything, because it's him, Nathan does go, yeah, okay, fine, I did it. Basically, as a, I'll take the hit so the rest of my team doesn't get punished. And as punishment, he is therefore no longer allowed to compete in hockey until Aaron is cleared to compete himself in figure skating. And that basically means that while Nathan can continue to be a captain, basically continuing with the coaching element that comes along with his captain role, he is no longer allowed to do anything but help his team practice. Nathan actually does go to Anastasia in an attempt to explain to her that he didn't do anything, but she's now aware that he has admitted to it to his coach, so she knows that he's lying to somebody, and she now can't work out why he would be lying to someone, because either he's lied to his coach and he didn't actually do it, and she doesn't know why he would do that. Well, she does, but like, you know, or he's directly lying to her and he did do it. So either way, not ideal. And just for good measure, we round out the chapter with Aaron getting sniped by a migraine. Chapter 21, Anastasia. We have a kind of jarring time skip here. So we go from Nathan collapsing on the floor straight to next chapter, Anastasia's in therapy. Well, guess we won't be thinking about that for a while then. And it's not like, it's not a bad thing to have time skips from that and then revisit it later. I'm not saying we have to have everything completely chronological. We can always come back to stuff. But that felt particularly jarring. We have time skips later on which aren't quite as bad, but this one, I completely felt how jarring it was to go from man's just collapsed, is he okay, to Anna's in therapy. So one of the big things that she's talking about in this session is that Anastasia's kind of conflicted, because on the one hand she is definitely feeling homesick. I nearly said homestuck. I've never even read that fucking webcomic. Anyway, she's feeling homesick, but also whenever she talks to her parents, and it's purely because they're proud of her, but it feels like pressure on her because all they want to talk about is skating. And it is genuinely a really good scene, partly because it is difficult to find a genuinely convincing sounding therapy session in fiction in general, and I think Grace did a really good job with it. And she also didn't make it very clear that it's like a look character growth. It's a character growth moment, because it isn't enacted immediately. And you can have those like eureka moments in therapy. I think those can work, but I think it is best done where even if there is a eureka moment, you can still not have that immediately, like, oftentimes with many mental health stuff, when you have that eureka moment, you can't then immediately go, well, I'm fixed now, because that's not how mental health works. And it takes time for Anastasia to actually be able to enact the stuff that she does in therapy. It takes a few chapters until, I mean, obviously we're just a couple of weeks removed from Halloween here, and it takes until around about Christmas time for her to be able to actually talk to her parents and enact it. And I think that's a lot of patience, which a lot of authors could take heed from. Heed from? No. Take notes from. You know what I mean. Anyway, I still do have some issues with this chapter, if I'm totally honest. So, we get that unspecified time jump, and, you know, I've already mentioned that this feels kind of jarring, but another reason that it feels jarring is that we have it established that, so Aaron is meant to be gone for 2 weeks, and he's then cleared. Fine. But she just skips all of that, those 2 weeks. That's where we are here. So we find out that he's not meant to be competing, and then at the end of this chapter, well, he's competing again, and it feels like she is so patient with so many things, but this did not feel like that. It made the injury stuff feel like padding, even though it does come up later and feels more important. I just feel like she could have handled it a little bit better, like maybe a couple of more chapters in between, like even just one more chapter in between him getting injured and him being cleared. It just feels like it was and done. Also, at the end of this chapter, we do learn that Anastasia hasn't spoken at all to Nathan since the migraine incident happened, and it makes sense. She, like I was explaining earlier, there's good reason for her to be conflicted, even if it is to protect his team. It's hard for her to know fully when he's telling the truth, because it's so easy for him to lie about it, even if he thinks he's doing it for a good cause. Chapter 22. Nathan. So, Nathan is feeling kind of sorry for himself, being all mopey, but thankfully he is self-aware enough to know that he is acting like a bit of a loser. But given that Aaron is cleared, Nathan is also then allowed to go back onto the ice, and he actually wins the game for his team. And when he gets back to his house, he's all ready to celebrate, but the teammates are gathered around like, yeah, actually the coach wants to talk to you. And it turns out that Aaron actually wasn't healed enough, and he went to lift Anastasia up. Thankfully, she's fine, but his wrist buckled. Even though he managed to protect her on the way down, he is back off the ice because he's injured. Therefore, because he's injured, Nathan's back off the ice. And I will be totally honest with you, despite the fact I knew that this was meant to be a point of separation and reconnection for Anastasia and Nathan, I just found this dull, if I'm totally honest. So I'm going to read directly from my script here, because I go kind of into detail here about how romances kind of work, and I want to make myself clear. I don't want to be fumbling about. So it's kind of a tangent, but it's still part of the critique. In romance fiction, you often have moments where there's some kind of separation, either physically or emotionally. Sometimes it's a things seem good, one bad event separates them, big gesture, click, they're fixed together now. Or more commonly in the fanfic or fanfic adjacent stuff, it's ebb and flow of almost together, small separation, repeat a few times, maybe things are good, separation event, big gesture / big moment, click, they're fixed together now. Folding Ideas referenced a book, which I will put on screen now because I can't quite remember the name of it. I think it's called something like Romancing the Beat. That called that final click together adhesion, and it's the moment where the two become interconnected permanently. no matter how you're doing any of the steps from the early stages up to that final adhesion, it has to feel natural. And in a lot of the fan fiction or adjacent romance, it often feels like authors are just pulling drama points out of a hat, and the way this injury story is written really encapsulates that. I can really imagine that this might work in the serial fanfiction format if you're not reading it in one go, if you were reading it as these little chapters come out, as they're drip fed to you maybe once a week or something like that. It's gonna feel like more drama, but if you're reading it all in one go, it starts to feel repetitive. Again, you will notice this in books like 50 Shades of Grey, where you are given a moment of drama, but it is either dropped or wrapped up remarkably quickly, and you get the same kinds of drama and arguments on repeat, because they're basically like, remember this from the last chapter? Here we go, it's continued. And it does start to feel remarkably repetitive, and there are moments with this later on where the repetitive nature of it starts to become noticeable as well, and it is still contained in the Aaron related plotline. He is the main villain of this book, as it were. So if you look at this injury stuff and actually spaced it out a little bit better, so have us see that he is, I mean, obviously we're not going to see him trying to be in recovery or whatever because we're with Anastasia or Nathan, but if we're a bit more aware that he is trying to heal, we're not immediately being told injured, healed, injured again in the space of 3 chapters, I believe that is, the end of one chapter, the end of the next, part way through the one after that, we have injury, healing, re-injured, just so we can have injury for separation, healing so we can possibly bring them together again, and then re-injury of a definite bring them together. So it's like a... I hate it, if I'm totally honest. It is one of the weaker points of this, especially in a book where, generally speaking, the author has a fair amount of patience with certain aspects of it, but not so much with others. And after the meeting with Coach Faulkner, Nathan tentatively goes to visit Anastasia. I was surprised to find out that he is not the sort of person that has shoes on his bed. Like, he goes to sit on her bed and he does actually take his shoes off first. I was kind of surprised by that. It's like 2 weeks apart has made us forget how to be near each other, but when I put my arm around her, she climbs between my legs and sinks her face into my chest. My body knows what to do better than my brain. I pull her closer, gently, wrapping my arms around her. All the tension in my body fades and I can breathe properly again. Until her shoulders shake and her fingers cling to my sweatshirt. I press my lips to her forehead as her cry becomes audible, getting louder and louder. Shh, baby, it's okay. Everything is... Her voice cracks between the sobs. Total mess. And this is meant to be their sticking point. They just... back together. With no discussion, and I'm not expecting the big gesture thing of like a running through the airport is always the classic one that people talk about, or anything like that, like a standing below her window throwing rocks up at it, or like that really creepy moment in Love Actually with the placards. Yeah, I'm not expecting a huge gesture or anything like that, but in a book that is so much like tells you that it's about 2 characters who love communication, the fact that they just fall back into each other is kind of And obviously, yeah, fine, you can have that, like, okay, I know I can be comfortable around you and here I am seeking comfort, but I still think there should have been a lot more communication about the fact that they haven't spoken in 2 weeks, and the fact that a big reason for that is that she couldn't trust him. We're not thinking that that might be an issue later down the line, or am I just, being silly? Chapter 23, Anastasia. They do stay together throughout the night, and in the morning we do get one of the very few genuinely kind of cringeworthy, saucy moments. It's not like... I was saying earlier that all dirty talk is inherently cringe. You just don't think about it when you're the one participating in it. But sometimes when you read it in fiction and things like that, it can feel like you're overhearing it. And when she called him Captain, and he was like, "Ooh, call me that again," or whatever that line was, and I was just like, that felt like that was a moment between you two. It feels like, you know those jokes about when you're at a theme park, or like those like, it's like TikToks or whatever. It's like you're at a theme park and there's a couple in front of you that are being a little bit too attached. That's what I feel like I'm experiencing here. Anastasia is kind of understandably fucking going through it. Her partner is injured with nationals on the horizon, so therefore she is, struggling to keep it under control. And in a way to deal with that, she has taken to drinking by herself, which is, the most healthy coping mechanism. Don't worry, it isn't ever stated to be healthy or anything like that. Don't worry, there's no point where Hannah Grace is like, this is perfectly normal and fine. It's like, no, people do get worried about her when she's just like, but they're like, why are you out drinking on your own? Like, God, if nothing else, that's dangerous. And yeah, some guys do try and drunkenly hit on her, and thankfully one of the other hockey team members is there and spots her and helps out. And it's, the classic, he pretends to be a man, and because he's fucking huge, it works. Shame we have to live in a world where that's a thing, where you don't just take no for an answer, but fine. Russ gets hold of Nathan, basically, to come pick Anna up, and once they're in the car, Nathan basically says, look, I'll be your stand-in partner until Aaron can, get better and pull his head out his arse. Now, he is not there to be the pinnacle of grace. He is simply there to be able to lift her up and get her from A to B so she can continue rehearsals. But Anastasia is kind of reticent. She is very focused on her work and wants to effectively keep business and pleasure separate. And she is very aware that she would find working with Nathan to be somewhat distracting. So he comes up with an agreement, which is how it basically works, where he says that, okay, well then the two of them won't do anything. They will basically remain, while remaining somewhat flirtatious, because that is the nature of their relationship, they will no longer touch each other, cuddle up to each other, and no more kissing, sleeping together, anything like that. Effectively everything above board, if that makes sense. Chapter 24. Nathan. I'm not convinced I'll be any good, but I won't drop her, and that's what she needs. You don't understand what you're signing yourself up for. She nuzzles into my hand and lets out a sigh. What if you can't stand me when we're done? Anastasia, me not liking you in 8 weeks is not a concern you need to have. But just know, if I'm ever down a guy, I'll be expecting you to step up and play hockey. I think your hostility would be a great addition to the team. I manage to catch the arm that flings in my direction and give a gentle tug until Stas is climbing over the console to straddle my lap. When you get out of this car, we're partners, and I'm not going to be able to touch you until January, I explain. If I'd known this morning would be the last time I could kiss you, I'd have done better. One last kiss? You can't be serious. Of course I'm serious. If you hadn't been drinking, I'd be asking to fuck you in the back seat. So a kiss is mild. Rolling her eyes, she leans in, stopping an inch from my lips. Your charm is endless, Hawkins. Sinking my hands into her hair, I kiss her with everything I've got. It's a weird moment where it feels like both the start and end of something. And when her hips roll against me, I don't know whether to cry or rejoice. So, not only is Anastasia drunk, she's like messy drunk. With a line like, what if you can't stand me when we're done? Look, I've been there, bestie, but she's not just a bit tipsy if she's behaving like this, right? And yet, Nathan, completely sober, on the one hand is aware she's drunk, because he's like, I'd fuck you, but you're drunk. But I can still kiss you with you straddling my lap. Like, Nathan, come here. Come here. You're completely sober and she's drunk. Kissing her is still completely indecent. That's still a crime. That's still sexual assault. Especially with her straddling your lap. And she's like drunk. So yeah, fine. She's like gonna, you know, roll her hips on you or whatever. But like, you should get her off you. And be like, wait, no, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, fine. You're not going to be able to touch her for a while. But you are a grown adult. You can have some self-fucking control for a few months, you ball bag. The next day, they're out at a local mall getting some figure skating appropriate clothes for Nathan. Basically stuff like leggings and maybe some shorts, stuff like that. Stuff that he can wear. Like, you can't really wear sweats when you're lifting people and all of that, because they need to have stuff that you can have your balance on and that sort of thing. You're not going to be slipping about. And at some point while they're there, they head to the food court, and Anastasia basically says, look, get something for myself, I'll eat later. And it's during this scene where we first take more than a glancing look into Anastasia's relationship with food. She is beyond strict with what she eats, and it turns out that it is Aaron that basically makes the food plan for her, and it turns out she is vastly under eating. So Nathan is trying to be a bit careful with her. He asks to see her food plan by saying that, look, nutrition is part of my course, and she lets him. And like I said, she is vastly under eating. She's not got all the protein. It's not just a calorie thing. It's that she doesn't have all the right macronutrients in her diet. She's basically living off like mostly vegetables and a little bit of chicken here and there. She's on a nastily low diet, like a completely insufficient. Nathan is as gentle as he can be with her, but remains upfront by basically telling her what I've just said about how like malnourished she is, to be quite frank. And he says that he's capable of making something that is a lot more fitting for her, and he knows the areas that he should talk about to make it not just to make it not as much about the food and to make it more about her health, which I know sounds silly, but it's not about her weight. It's not about the food. It's about the fact that there's already injuries going on at the minute. You know, she hit her head before. Aaron's got a broken arm at the minute. I think it's a broken arm. He's got an arm injury anyway. And so the way she is eating, it's going to make her far more injury prone. That's a point that will strike with her. And he also mentions that he can see how easily she bruises. This is part of the reason why. And a big one is that it's gonna affect her mental health. She's already dealing with anxiety and stress. Her not eating properly is going to make that far worse, and also adds on the fact that if her menstrual cycle isn't already messed up, it will be soon. And she struggles with it, which isn't entirely surprising. She's got an already very complex relationship with this stuff anyway, and this is all a lot to take in at once. But once again, Nathan is very gentle with her, and he just says, look, I will make you a good food plan, and I will take it to your coach and compare this with Aaron's, see what she says. And Anastasia kind of brushes him off with him, fine. Which, yeah, she's not dealing with it particularly well, and I think that makes sense. I'm glad it wasn't once again just an immediate, oh great, thank you, that was amazing, and my eyes are open to all the wonderful things you're doing for me. It's just like, alright, fine, do that then, because she's stressed. She's got enough stresses on her plate, and then she finds this out, and it's a long-term issue for her because her skate partner's like, oh, you've gained half a pound, I can't lift you, despite the fact that he lifts 3 times her weight or whatever in the gym every fucking day because he's a ball bag. Chapter 25, Anastasia. They have their first practice together, which takes up a good whack of the early part of this chapter, and I don't have a huge amount to say about it, to be honest. It is a classic, fun, kind of clumsy but cute romance novel scene. It does what it has to do. When Anastasia gets home, she is intent on discussing the meal plan stuff with Aaron, which is a huge step for her, and I think that it's one of those things where we start to see, because Anastasia has that fire in her, but there are certain people where it tends to be tempered around, and Aaron is one of those people, so it's nice to see her bring it out in the moment, even if it's very difficult for her, and it is still a calm flame rather than an all-out forest fire type thing. I was just wondering, do you think my meal plan has enough calories and is, like, I don't know, varied enough and stuff for me to be healthy? Why the fuck are you asking me that? He snaps. Taking a deep breath, I shrug. It just came up today and it was sort of suggested that I'm under eating. I wanted to run it by you so we could... Suggested by who? Hawkins? The way he says Nathan's name is borderline poisonous. You suck his dick a couple of times and suddenly he knows what you need better than I do? His words knock the wind out of me. Why are you being so mean? I only wanted to check with you so we could... Interrupting me again, he stands from the couch, dragging a hand down his face. You know what, Anastasia? Fuck off. If Nate Hawkins is so fucking smart, go rely on him for everything. But when he gets bored of you, don't come crying to me because you're the one who drops your panties for anyone in a jersey. Now listen, the first time I read the book, I thought that came out of left field. I wasn't quite paying attention enough to just how much of a dick Aaron was in the early going. I think I was doing a lot of taking Anastasia at her word the first time I read it, and then going back over it, I've gone, oh wait, no, he was kind of an arsehole, like, right from the start. Now, I had inklings when his arm got broken that, like, oh, I assumed it was another of the... I thought it was, like, Henry or something, one of the other team members, and that's why Nathan was standing up for him. I don't know why his name escaped me there. Brain fog. But yeah, like, as I went back over it, Grace actually did do a really good job of setting up that he is a man-child with a
Fragile ego, fragile body, weak mind, weak spirit.
Yes, this particular blow-up is very sudden and shocking, but it is effective for that. And yeah, as you might expect, Anastasia immediately calls Nathan and is like, yeah, can you come pick me up, please? Help. Chapter 26, Nathan. It is clear that between the back end of the last chapter and the beginning of this one, we've had somewhat of a settling in period for Anastasia basically having half moved in with Hawkins and the rest of the team. And it's a far better time skip than the last one. This doesn't feel jarring. It actually makes sense rather than having all the minutiae of her kind of getting to know people, because she's already half been getting to know some of the team members anyway, especially Henry and JJ, so we don't need to see it. In the couple of weeks that we've not been following them, the new meal plan has been put into place, and we find out that a few of the hockey team flatmates have been, I wouldn't say necessarily teaching her how to cook, because that makes it sound like she's never cooked before, but they've been introducing her to new recipes and ones that are healthy and trying to encourage her to break out of her mindset. And once again, they're still taking time with it, but you know, one of them wants to teach her how to make a curry, but she's worried about that because it's like, to her, she's like going, oh my god, but what if it's processed? And it's really explained to her that it's like, no, actually, You can add a huge amount of vegetables, proteins. You can make it incredibly balanced. It's only super processed when you get the like Americanized jarred stuff rather than actually making it yourself. Now, I'm not an expert, but I think that if nothing else, Hannah Grace has tried to do her best to take a lot of care with it. I think one of the big things that I think she made a good choice with was not putting a name to Anastasia's issues, and obviously there isn't always a name or a diagnosis, but I think that it would open her up to a lot more scrutiny of it were she to go, oh, this is something like anorexia or bulimia or something like that. So I don't think I've mentioned this previously, but a couple of times Nathan's dad has tried to ring him up, but he's just rejected the call straight away. And later in the day we started this chapter on, he actually just shows up to the house. And it sort of becomes clear that him finding out why his calls aren't going answered is half coincidental. Like, he has business in California and probably wouldn't have stopped round were he not already there. He probably would have just kept having his calls rejected. And it's some rich family nonsense to do with his sister, and it's kind of irritating. But what it basically means is she wants to go on holiday somewhere other than wherever they're going or something like that. It's kind of bollocks to me, but all you need to know is what it results in is that for Christmas, the rest of the family will be on holiday. Nathan will be in the house on his own and like the family home. Chapter 27, Anastasia. So Nathan and Anastasia are at training together, and he's gently trying to lift her, but fear keeps getting the best of her, and she just cannot deal with it. It's a nice scene where we start to see them trying to communicate with each other, try and make it work, but it's not quite. Actually, no, we don't see them communicate with each other, but we do see them trying to be gentle towards each other, and it's all nice until Aaron shows up. And Aaron wants to talk to Anastasia alone, of course, so he can manipulate her more easily, because that's what manipulative bastards are like. They like you alone, so they can't have arguments from anyone else. But he's like, oh, I've been angry at you because you've done this, that, and the other, except, listen, I'm not saying Anastasia's some kind of fucking saint, but she hasn't done anything to Aaron beyond, I don't know, sleeping with somebody. Is that like, not like they were in a relationship where it's like, oh, you cheated on me or whatever. Like, what? No. Literally, and yeah, she calls him out on this. It's like, what have you got to be angry at me for? And he's desperately trying to manipulate her into getting rid of Nathan and like, please take me back. Roddy Strong energy. By the way, one of the funniest little like snippets of storyline in wrestling at the minute is just Roddy Strong acting like some teenage bitter girlfriend, like, why won't you just come back to me, please? Deeply pathetic, very entertaining, but that's what this screams of. It screams of like, oh my god, but just take me back, oh my god, even though they're not in a relationship or whatever, but that's what he's behaving like. And she kind of just doesn't give a shit about him as much anymore. Like, she still has that care for him because they've known each other for so long, and now she just kind of, to an extent, sees through him a little bit more. She's still not completely out from under him, but I think that's fair enough. That doesn't happen straight away, and yeah, it is nice to see her finally start to take stands against him though. And after this kind of low-key, not quite confrontation with Aaron, the rest of the chapter is just sort of light entertainment stuff. Nothing to really talk about for review.
Chapter 28, Nathan.
Knowing that Anastasia needs to gain some of her confidence back with lifts, Nathan decides to take her to a swimming pool so that he can lift her completely safely. Obviously, if she does get dropped, she's falling into water. She's not splatting onto the ground. And yeah, this is a pretty short chapter. If I recall, that takes up most of the chapter. There's a bit of silliness at the beginning relating to the silliness of the back end of the last chapter, but it's stuff that's like kind of inconsequential. It's just silly stuff that's enjoyable but not necessarily super plot important. And you know, it's just a great look into the potential of what Hannah Grace can do when she knows what she's doing, if that makes sense. I don't know that I did make sense, but it's fine. Like, it plays really nicely off the dynamic that they've already built up. You know, there's that firm yet playful dialogue from Nathan that really works off their dynamic and is going to be exciting for the audience that enjoy that kind of dynamic. And this isn't a kind of, well, he took her to this pool and she's mystically fixed kind of thing, but it is a big moment for her even then. And this is one of the few where it goes, you know, she was already confident with this. There was a slip. She just needs something to bring her back up, and her confidence is pretty quickly built back up with it because it wasn't a huge incident. It takes less time for a good reason. And I know that Grace has written more books after this, and I would be curious to know if she has pulled an American Roommate experiment and genuinely improved on the stuff where I can see there's faults. And obviously the American Roommate experiment was not a perfect book by any means, but it was still far more enjoyable than Spanish Love Deception, and I would like to hope that her later books play off of that more so than just continuing in exactly the same vein as this. Chapter 29, Anastasia. I have never been so happy to say goodbye to studying and exams. The boys' house is currently undergoing a transformation to turn it into Maple Hill's best Santa's grotto, which is Robbie's dream. For someone so normally chilled out, he's incredibly stressed out about the whole grotto situation that he is solely responsible for starting. JJ says he's an old man trapped in a young man's body and is allowed to be grumpy by default. Henry says that Robbie needs an excuse to boss them about outside of hockey. Lola says he's rocking a dominant personality and it's hot as fuck. See, that's potential right there. And I know that sounds like, but that's really basic rom-com type talk. Exactly. When you go into a rom-com, there is an expectation of a particular way of talking, and that fits that so well. That little bit of like, oh, JJ says this, Henry says this, and then the little zinger from Lola at the end. Mwah. I think that's fantastic. I love little bits like that. And obviously you don't want that talk constant every single page, but those little snippets let me know that Hannah Grace does actually understand the genre enough. She just has work to do. But I do believe this is her debut novel. Therefore, yeah, there's always going to be work to do. And at the end of the scene, we basically get a quick look at what their plans are for the Christmas break. They're going to be spending a couple of days with Anastasia's parents, and then they're going to be spending time, just the two of them, in, I can't work out if it's a holiday home or if it's a family home, but either way, it's a huge house that is owned by Nathan's family. Okay, sorry for the quick break, but I realised that this entire video I wasn't wearing my lashes, which is really kind of annoying. And you would think, because you will be able to see how often I'm looking at me rather than my camera, because once again I am using my front-facing camera because I get worried that it's going to be like, yes, storage is low, you can't film anymore, because it terrifies me because that's happened before. But anyway, my face looks better now, and let's just prop those up. Where were we? So, Yeah, you know the two of them have this, like, we can't touch each other, we can't sleep with each other, kiss each other, do anything relationshipy. Yeah, you know how, like, there would be two pretty simple ways of going about this if you're going to make it an actual thing in your book, where either, okay, and they break a little rule here, and then they break another little rule there, and then they break a little rule here, or at one point there is just a moment of passion and they go like, fuck the rules and all of that, and then they just, you know, jump each other's bones or whatever. Nah, they're just talking about Christmas gifts, and then they're just like, actually, you know what, maybe we should just sleep together. Like, it just felt like such a lackluster moment. It felt like that is if you're going to set up something like they can't do this, they can't do that, then the moment where they actually break the rules, even if they set those rules, then you have to make it something rather than just, oh, actually, no, they are just going to sleep together. Chapter 30, Nathan. This is an A to B chapter. It gets you where you need to go. They're at a Christmas party. Everybody's getting kind of tipsy. Chapter 31, Anastasia. Now, it's getting towards the end of the night, kind of. You know, it's that wind down period at a party, and they're by a campfire, as in her and Nathan, and, you know, she's somewhat sobering up, but she's also getting sleepy, and just as she's drifting off, you know, Nathan suddenly gets to his feet and he's like, I've got to go. Basically, a fight has kicked off, and he's like, stay where you are. I don't want you to get hurt, just stay put. But obviously she doesn't, because, like, she wants to know what the fuck is happening, and her boyfriend has just run off, or whatever they are. Let's say boyfriend for the sake of ease. Her boyfriend's just run off knowing that he's about to go into a fight situation. Obviously she follows them. Scanning the room frantically, I spot Nathan pinning someone to the wall by their throat. Blood is pouring out of both of their faces, Nate's face hard as he says something to the guy through gritted teeth. It's not until JJ leaves Henry to pull Nathan off the guy that I realise the guy Nathan is pinning is Aaron. First of all, she uses the guy like 3 times in quite a close proximity there. Don't do it. I know there is like a phrase where you have words in close proximity that it's like not a word like the, but, things like that. Words or phrases like the guy, which aren't necessarily going to be used all of the time. When you're in your drafting process, read things out loud. You will catch things like that much easier. Anyway, aside from that, yes, we are back in what the fuck is Aaron's problem territory, because of course we are, and you know what, I'm a bitch who loves some drama, so we're in the parts that I generally enjoyed more. Now, they have this like irritating bickering sesh where Nathan is like, oh, I thought I told you to stay outside, you could have got hurt, and it's like, yeah, but I was worried about you. Like, it's not an awful scene. It's one of those infuriating scenes where it's just like everybody is so high on tension and they're all annoyed and there's adrenaline and everyone's just a bit like with each other, and it's just like, fuck off. It's an irritating scene as a reader because everybody in the scene is irritated with each other, if that makes sense. So I'll go directly to my script for this because it's one of those where it's a bit like, he said he did this, he did that, he did whatever. So it turns out that Aaron was chatting a load of shit while drunk out of his mind, and said some truly nasty stuff about Anastasia. Henry went up to Aaron and went for him. Nathan went to get Henry out of the fight, kind of ending up in that fight himself, which is when Anastasia walked in. And none of them want to tell Anastasia what
Aaron
said. And on the one hand, it does make sense because they don't want to hurt her feelings. But on the other hand, she's like, I have the right to know what somebody is saying about me. And like, yeah, she fucking does. Chapter 32, Nathan. How the fuck am I in more trouble than Henry? Not difficult. 1, you were the one that she walked in on. and discovered in the fight. So as far as she's concerned, you were the one that was in a fight with Aaron. And she's not in an established relationship with Henry as she is with you, you ball bag. She's annoyed because you got in a fight because she cares. And, like, I don't like that as a thing of, like, oh my god, I'm annoyed because I care, or, like whatever. But, like, there is shit, like, there is more heightened emotion between the two of them. So, of course, in the moment, she's annoyed because it's so fucking dense. And also, she's fucking frustrated because nobody will tell her what's going on. Like, yeah, she knows that some bad shit has been said about her, but nobody will tell her what because they're trying to protect her feelings or some nonsense. Like, pull your head out of your arse for 10 seconds and think about it. And it's hard to work out if this is Grace is trying to get you frustrated on purpose or it's just an irritating scene. And either way, I'm annoyed by it. I can't work out if it's Grace did a really good job here at getting, like, tensions really in your face and everything's all high and up here and it's all just fucking annoying, and I can't work out if she did that on purpose. My answer is probably yes, because she is quite good at that sort of thing with Aaron's stuff in general. And speaking of frustrations, from the stories she shared about their friendship and the good times with him, I can understand her reluctance to cut him off. The problem I have is I know what he says behind her back and she doesn't. I made a choice, rightly or wrongly, and I've kept it to myself. I'm selfish. I don't want to be the one she associates with the hurt she's going to feel. I don't want to see her face drop when she realises just how much of a prick the guy is. Nathan, this isn't about you. Like, if you cared about Anastasia the way you say you do, your feelings would not matter in this moment because, yeah, fine, he says, I'm selfish. But it's about her and her feelings. If you want to be this good, caring guy towards her, then fucking be her shoulder to cry on. Once again, pull your head out of your backside. I talk about later on, there is a scene where JJ and Henry, in particular, confront Nathan about his ego. And I say, oh, it kind of should have happened earlier on in the novel. This is where it should have happened, but Henry and JJ are kind of with him on this, and they also don't tell us. So, like, we had that opening line of the chapter where it's like, oh, how the fuck am I in more trouble than Henry? And it's like, there's just no self-awareness with him in this point because he is up his own arse still a little bit. And it's just infuriating because at this point, I'm supposed to mostly, at least, like Nathan. I'm supposed to be on his side for the most part here, I think. And it didn't make me want to be on his side one fucking bit. It made me want to throttle him. Like, this isn't one of those things where I'm like, girl, you're in the wrong, but there is a redemption here, an easy redemption here. Like, there is no good reason for you to have done this. And then they're talking, as in Anastasia and Nathan are talking again. And they go straight back to their, like, tee-hee-hee, I joke, hate you. And it's like, there are actual things going on here, like plot points. I'd miss me with all the fucking tee-hee-hee bollocks. Go back to the actual communication shit that you say you do all of the fucking time. And then we get, I don't need you to defend me, she whispers. Her sassy, stubborn nature is what I've come to expect, but sometimes she stuns me with her vulnerability. I know you don't, that you're worth defending. Every cut, bruise, every single pang of anger or frustration, it's all worth it. I'd throw my last punch defending you because you deserve to have someone be that person for you, and there's no one more qualified for the job than me. Like, go shut the fuck up. It's overblown bollocks, and generally, the dialogue in this is perfectly well grounded. It is exactly where it needs to be. You know, some of it, like, the most of the time when stuff is a bit, like, overblown, it's like during the explicit scenes, and it's when she's finishing, because, you know, I imagine that is quite difficult to balance, but I outright scenes like that, so I wouldn't know. But this isn't a life or death situation. Why do I need to be, you know, like, I'd throw my last punch trying to defend you? Like, it seems so meaningless because it's not a life or death situation. You are two 20-somethings having to deal with a guy who's a bit of a bellend. It's not this fucking serious. It's ugh. But like I said, not everything is overstated, and they're having a pillow talk type post-coital chat, and they basically go, okay, we are actually officially an item now, and it's a really low-key discussion, which I think in this moment is correct. They've been pretty casual about anything like this so far anyway, so I think them just being like, you know what, I think us being an item is the right option here. I think that was the right choice, especially given that I don't think the timing maybe is a bit weird, but it's going to come at some point, and maybe them going like, you know what, I feel like we have each other, we already have this thing established. I think if this had been they're just friends and there's been nothing established between the two of them so far, this would not have been the right moment for it. But because it's now okay, we have got this connection, we're standing together against this ball bag, we need each other, we have each other, let's make it official. Chapter 33, Anastasia. So they get everybody in the house to sit down with Anastasia and explain to her what has been being said about her, because it is not just this moment before the fight at this Christmas party. Henry sighs and nods. I was looking for Jen when I noticed Aaron come in with two guys. They were clearly drunk. Aaron asked where you were, so I told him to leave. He said he wouldn't, so I punched him. And Anastasia can see that is absolutely not the truth. So, she pushes him. And he doesn't know everything, but he has heard a lot of what Aaron has actually been saying to Coach Brady about Anastasia, and he's just been like, oh, she's been slacking and partying, this, that, and the other. But Brady thankfully saw through it, and was like, well, fine, find somebody else if she's that bad. And obviously he sort of like fucked off, tail between his legs type thing. But that was right before his initial injury, and she eventually does get this bit out of him, and this is actually stuff closer to that time, so around about Halloween, rather than the stuff that's just occurred. Tim heard him say your parents are broke, so you're latching onto guys going pro. He called you a slut, said you'd always been one, and you're trying to do the same thing with Nate. He said you were trapped Nate with a baby, you didn't have the talent to go all the way in skating, and it'd give you an excuse without having to admit that you're not good enough. Said that's probably what Coach Brady did. And given their logic, I see why they kept it from her at the time. I see why, if they're trying to protect her a little bit, they maybe want to go, okay, she doesn't know how bad he is, and wants to be able to keep working with him not being quite injured. I don't think he was injured at this point, or if it was like, yeah, it's like right before his initial injury. So, she's still under the impression that he's like got this, he's like a moody, kind of annoying partner, but there is a good side to him, and they want to allow her to remain professional. But insult level wise, this stuff is very much in line with the stuff he said to her face right before she moved in. And I figure that if they know, because they'll know why she's moving in with them, beyond just having a thing with Nathan. So she now knows what kind of person he is, because he said that sort of thing to her face. So why can't they just tell her that? So then the stuff later on is still a blow, because he's rough, but it's not quite as much of a holy shit, this is a lot at once. But saying that this is a book about communication, well, where everybody communicates, and then it's actually a book where nobody fucking communicates, is how we're making the plot move forward. So let's continue, shall we? And through tears, Anastasia is basically telling Henry, just fucking lay everything out to me. Tell me what happened at this Christmas party. Go on, I urge. Nate's hand slips into mine, his thumb rubbing over the nail marks gently, because she's been pressing her nails into her hands. He said you're using us for a place to live, just like you did with him. that Nate was deluded if he thought you actually liked him because you're fake. Then he said, fuck. Henry drags his hand down his face and stares at the bedding. I'm sorry, Stassi. I'm sorry I have to repeat this. He said no one will ever be able to love you because how could they when your own parents couldn't and the ones who bought you only wanted you to fill up their trophy cabinet. Which is beyond nasty as fuck. Now, I do have that kind of nitpicky thing of like, he remembers a lot of the stuff that he said very specifically, which often works better in flashback rather than recollection, but that is very, very nitpicky. That's just could your characters actually remember the stuff like that? I mean, I would imagine he would remember the stuff from the just before the fight, but again, very nitpicky. But it only makes the fact that they won't tell her this even more frustrating, because that is deeply, deeply nasty stuff that is already part of her insecurities. And I could imagine that because we don't follow them 24/7, I would imagine that Nathan knows this about her, that she struggles with the idea that her adoptive parents have put a lot of pressure on her. And I would imagine that with some adopted people that there is that feeling of like, you know, maybe my real parents didn't want me or anything like that. And that's not necessarily super discussed within this book, but still, it's kind of a dickhead thing to say. It's a complete dickhead thing to say. I cannot understand why they're like, we're saving her feelings. It's gonna come out at some point. Would you rather you tell her and it then be a moment where, okay, this is hard to explain to you, but here it is, and we can explain this and be a shoulder to cry on? Or would you rather Aaron fucking confront her at some point and say this shit to her? Because he would. We've established that he will say nasty shit to her face. Why would you want that to be the outcome? Idiots, the fucking lot of years. But the chapter does round out with Nathan alone with Anastasia doing his best to comfort her. And this is the exact opposite of the whole I throw my last punch defending you bollocks. This is grounded and it's genuinely sweet, and it's this kind of awareness that the words are a patch. I nod, saying nothing more. He's answered every question or doubt in my mind. It's not enough to stop the noise, but it has turned the volume down a little bit. And it's a genuinely wonderful, heartfelt scene. Again, showing Grace at her best, I would say. Chapter 34. Nathan. But, you know, life does have to continue to move on, and the two of them are packing up for their time away over the Christmas break. It isn't flying to Seattle she's happy about. We could be going anywhere. She likes getting organised to travel, it turns out. Bossy Anastasia is my favourite. She's determined and sassy, fucking hilarious when I don't listen and she starts scowling. In bed, when she takes control, Jesus, I'm a lucky man. I would happily deal with bossy Anastasia every day. Travel Anastasia is the worst. Lists, so many fucking lists. Nothing I do is trusted. All the bags had to be rechecked by her because my checks aren't as good as her checks. Travel Anastasia forced me to use packing cubes, meaning I spent an hour playing fricking Tetris with my case. Both of you sound kind of fucking insufferable, I can't lie. Like, Anastasia just sounds like a bit of a control freak, but to be honest, in moments like this, that can kind of be useful, where you just have to go, you know what? You fucking do it then. If you have to be so controlling about this, you fucking do it. That's how this works. And the thing with Nathan is that he's like, oh, I like this specific brand of bossy Anastasia, but I don't like that kind of bossy. They're the same Anastasia. If you want her to be bossy, you have to have her be bossy in all aspects of your life. Also, the thing where he's like, I do things wrong, or I don't listen on purpose. Like, what was it where it's like, oh, she's fucking hilarious when I don't listen, and she starts scowling. Why aren't you listening? Listen! Ugh, it made me want to throttle him. And yes, I'm aware that's one of those things where it's like, oh, he's cute and cheeky, but it's like, yeah, that works in fiction, but if a real life man starts just being like, oh, I'm not listening because it's funny when you're bossy, get him out. Bin for him. When I was on my third go of making it all fit, failing once again, I launched the pointless cubes across the room. Oh my god, he's like so aggressive. Like, when he's frustrated, what a dreamboat. I love a man who doesn't know how to regulate his emotions properly. The first stop is Anastasia's parents' place, where they will be there for 2 nights, and we get that round-off moment. It's a really sweet moment where we get the callback to her therapy session earlier on. And, you know, where she was discussing in that therapy session that it feels like her parents, all they want to talk about is the skating. And, you know, we see her talk to them at this point where it's like, while we're here, I don't want to talk about skating once. And they are great with it. Like, she's like, they're like, okay, fine, we didn't realise. And they're kind of a little bit apologetic. Not in a pathetic pity kind of way. They're just like, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't realise this, and we're glad that you could bring it up to us. And it felt like it came at just the right time as well, because we've had all this shit happening between that therapy session, because that therapy session happened right after Aaron had his injury. And then we've had all the other Aaron bollocks coming up. And then for her to have this nice moment where we've had something brought up in therapy and now it can be enacted, where she has a triumphant moment after all this bollocks. It feels nice. It feels like it came at just the right time. I think that was satisfying, even if it's not necessarily part of one of the bigger plot points. But that rounds out my time here today, so we will be finishing this review, part 3, and I will be finishing it tomorrow, so I will see you then. So we are back for the final part of this video. Once again, I am aware that you are watching this as one big boy, but I have given you some easy points in time to go take breaks and all that sort of stuff, and it allows you to maybe come back and watch this in separate parts, because I understand that may be the way you do it. Chapter 35, Anastasia. The rest of the time with Anastasia's family is pretty damn sedate. It's kind of sweet family stuff. They clearly approve of Nathan, and they're happy to see that Anastasia's doing well. And by the end of this chapter, we are at the Hawkins house, which again, I can't quite remember. I've written holiday home here, but when I've been reading it, I'm going, was it a holiday home? Or was it their home? Like their regular house that the dad and whatever just isn't using because they're going on holiday in like somewhere hot. I don't know. Anyway, not that important. When they do arrive at this house, Anastasia sees that it's really cold and bare. There's no familial feeling to it. It's a real not contradiction. What's the word I'm thinking of? Juxtaposition to... Is that also the right word? I don't know. I've literally just started, so I'll warm back up into this. We've just been in Anastasia's household, which is full of all of her trophies, and there's pictures on all the walls, and it feels Christmassy and all of that. And there's this dank, dark feeling to the family home, the Hawkins family home. Chapter 36, Nathan. When is the right time to tell someone you love them? First date. That's when you've got to do it. You've got to, get there to the day, and as soon as you both sit down, especially if it best first dates, you got to get food, and then before you've even, or just as you're sitting down, you go, oh darling, I love you. And if they're not ready to reciprocate, leave. On to the next one. They're not right for you. You've just got to find somebody that matches your energy. She's taught me communicating doesn't mean everything is perfect. It doesn't mean we don't disagree. It means we work through the imperfect bit together. And if we don't agree, we at least know why the other feels that way, even if it's not going to change our minds. We're still individuals, but we're individuals together, and I never knew relationships could be like this. Now, Anastasia is somebody who understands the sort of need for good communication, but I don't remember them ever actually having disagreements and then properly communicating about it. Like, they kind of just have disagreements and move on, which is fine, but this is one of those things where you've tried to tell us something that you haven't also shown us as much. We have the first time that they have an established relationship, and he says that he has injured Aaron to his coach, but he says that he hasn't to Anastasia, and there's a bit of a, well, what do I trust? They don't talk to each other for 2 weeks, and then they just fall back in line with each other. No communication really about all of that, about the fact that she felt like she couldn't trust him. And then there was the whole thing of him and the rest of the team not telling her for months, by the way, that Aaron has been chatting mad shit behind her back. And yes, you can argue that maybe by this point they will start really communicating in ways that they haven't before, but not so much about disagreements. I'll be totally honest, that is the one area where they really don't communicate about stuff. Like, there's more with Aaron later I will talk about, obviously, because, again, he is the main villain. They barely communicate about it properly. It's fucking irritating, if I'm totally honest. The rest of the first scene of this, and like the more important part of this chapter, isn't particularly something I'm going to be talking about, because it is those two just, you know, getting off with each other or whatever. But I will say, the line, "Don't tell her you love her during a blowjob, you fucking loser," was very funny to me, and I will give Grace that much. I know it's a stupid, simple little line, but I like the little voice in the back of his head, just like, don't do that. Come on, not now. Horny brain will do things to a man, and clearly he's going through it, and I thought that was funny. Chapter 37, Anastasia. I have the overwhelming urge to tell him I love him every time he looks at me, and I don't know how to make it stop. I know how simple it is, but I really like the last chapter and this one both starting with that, oh, maybe I'm ready to tell them that I love them. I know how simple it is. I know how of this genre it is, but sometimes a back to basics type bit like this is actually really effective, and you don't need to overcomplicate things. While this is a good, and genuinely it is a good chapter, and it is pretty important, at least for the next couple of chapters going forward, and for a rant I will be going on in the next chapter, I am going to just condense it down, because the quotes themselves are not something that I'm going to be taking apart. It isn't something where the language used is particularly stand out, for better or worse. There are good moments with it, especially when we get to the later part, but it is not something where I am either going to be going, this is just brilliant language, I love what she did here, or I'm going to be going, what the fuck is this? So there is a frozen lake on the house grounds that Nathan takes Anastasia to, and they do a little like hockey penalty type thing, and they do dance on there, and it's a genuinely really sweet scene. And then later on, Nathan is out, I think, getting Christmas decorations and getting her Christmas gift, and like a bigger Christmas gift, because I don't really talk about it much later, but he ends up getting her an iPad, because he's like, it might make her feel cheap, and I don't know about that, but also it's the easiest way to organise her, because it means she's not borrowing stuff for therapy, and she's overly organised with all of her planners, so she's no longer going to be on paper and stuff like that. I thought it was nice. I thought it was sweet. But anyway, them dancing on the lake kind of sets up what's coming later, which is that while Nathan's out, she decides to take a trip to the lake for herself. She's like looking at a deer and stuff, and she's wandering out to go skating, and she's on the phone to him, and basically she gets cut off. No, he gets cut off because she falls through the ice. And yes, that is somewhat predictable, but it still works really well. The stakes feel high, and it does tie into kind of, she's constantly having to face fears about stuff, but she's determined to continue about everything. I think it works well. Again, sometimes you can use stuff that has been done before. It doesn't mean you can't also do it well. And for the actual lake stuff, she does, but we will get onto my complaints in a moment when we go into chapter 38, Nathan. Now, the opening part of this chapter is like a jump back in time with him being at the shop where he's getting stuff, and then he's on the phone to her. She falls through because he hears that it goes dead, and he hears a scream, and then obviously he bolts towards her. Now, hang on a moment, I think my cat has just knocked something over. We have a creature. She was knocking things off in the bathroom. You just having a little stand? Ooh, good job. You got something on your leggy. It's Lily time. You just gonna sit there? Where are you going? Okay, I think Lily is comfy on my lap now. We'll soon find out. You comfy? I hope that picked up. You are now trapped in my wires. Okay, we have Lily up on my bed now. So she's fallen in the ice, and Nathan's rushed to go and get her. And that scene where he's rushing to her is genuinely fantastic. It has all the... And, you know, he even has to do CPR during this scene. It is a rough scene. But purely tangential, of course. Purely tangential. Here's a little something from the Mayo Clinic about dealing with somebody who is or may be hypothermic. Well, obviously, before that, you're supposed to seek before I get to that, you are meant to seek medical attention first. But I do not have an issue with him not doing that. For one, it is a stressful situation. He's thinking on his feet. He might not instantly go, oh my god, I need to get an ambulance or something. Also, America, it's actually, he's rich as fuck. The price probably doesn't come into it, but there would probably be a bit where she's like, but I can't afford this, and he'd pay for it, and it'd be a whole thing, and it'd be like, meh. He takes her to the hospital later, once he tries to warm her up. So yeah, back to the Mayo Clinic. Don't apply direct heat. Don't use hot water, a heating pad, or a heating lamp to warm the person. The extreme heat can damage the skin, or even worse, cause irregular heartbeats so severe that they cause the heart to stop. I knew about the skin stuff. I knew that it could cause things like chilblains and things like that. It did not take much for me to search how to help somebody with hypothermia. It was a quick research, and I only chose that quote from the Mayo Clinic is because, as far as I am aware, the Mayo Clinic is a trusted source. And if I'm wrong about that, correct me in the comments, but I'm pretty sure the Mayo Clinic is a well-trusted source. I did have a bit from the NHS as well, but theirs was much more short, bullet pointy, and didn't have... It was just like, do this, don't do this, but they didn't have a why, necessarily. I wanted to find something like from the Mayo Clinic that had the reasons why. It's for the same reasons that, like, you know, there's the whole thing of, like, give them brandy or something like that. Don't give somebody who's freezing cold, who may be or is hypothermic, alcohol, because it can also fuck their heart up. Back to the book, about that complete side tangent, of course. I try to reassure her, desperately trying to keep the emotion from my voice. I usher her under the warm water, focusing on the centre of her body, wincing when she hisses and begins to cry. And another quote. Her arms tighten around my waist and her breath hitches as I turn the shower up a little more. The colour is returning to her cheeks and the tears are slowing down. By the way, I can't remember if he says exactly what his degree scheme is, but I know it is related to health because he has mentioned it is something like sports health or something like that. Therefore, this is probably something he would understand to an extent, if not completely. Maybe I'm wrong there, but if it took me, a simple pleb, a quick fucking Google, I don't have a STEM degree where it would be expected for me to know anything like this. I have a fucking English and creative writing degree. And a creative writing master's. Thank you. I'm using it to such good effect. I hope you're proud of me, Aberystwyth. I hope you're damn proud. So he does end up taking her to the hospital, and at first he's like, man, I thought I was going to get in trouble for not bringing her here right from the start. But he doesn't really get in trouble for that. Again, he was in a high stress situation and he was doing what he could. You know, he gave her CPR, and the doctor commended me for safely bringing her body temperature back up and gave her the all clear after checking her over. Yeah, and I'm sure everybody fucking clapped as well. Like, we are lucky here that this is, you know, the fictional world where thankfully Hannah Grace doesn't understand the issues that putting somebody, and I know he put her in warm water and then slowly heated it up, but even still you should put them in a water, as far as I'm aware. Again, this is not me on the Mayo Clinic. I can bring that back up, and I will do in a minute. But I'm pretty sure you're supposed to put them in like a warm room and insulate them, like blankets and stuff. And you're not meant to like move them too much. You're not. I mean, obviously he had to, you know, get them out of any wet clothes if they're in that, and gently warm them up. You're not meant to like heat them up quickly. So yeah, that annoyed me because it is not that difficult to find. I found a more in-depth version on the Mayo Clinic, and I know that she's British, so she would likely look it up on the NHS, because the NHS has a huge database of how to do basic things like this, where it's like, you don't need to be trained and here's what you can do while you're, if it's not an emergency situation, or while you're like trying to, you're on through to 999 or 111 or whatever, those sorts of things. You know, I'm not saying send Anastasia into cardiac arrest. I'm saying maybe do the research into finding what you're supposed to do rather than have consequences. It's either you put the right thing in there, because people like this, stuff like this does stick in the back of people's heads. Like where you think, oh, it was in that book, oh, just help somebody by doing this, and it's like no, don't. And I'm not saying that Hannah Grace would be fucking responsible for that. She is absolutely not, but it's worth either going and putting the right thing in or having some minor consequences for it. Like I said, I'm not saying send her into cardiac arrest, but chilblains are still a fucking problem. And while she's been given the all clear, that basically just means she's not likely to die. It's just a case of they are going to have to keep her in for checks overnight. You know, she does want to be home, but an overnight stay is necessary. Chapter 39. Anastasia. Like I said, she's kept in overnight, but she is released the next day. Released. Makes it sound like a wild animal. To put her into the wild. She's let out of captivity the next day. And then she basically spends the next week physically and emotionally recovering. And you know, they open their gifts, which is as sweet as you'd expect. I was mentioning it earlier where it's one of them has money and one of them doesn't. And with a lot of those dynamics within romance, whether it is a version like this where it's just you've got a young guy who's from a rich family, so he's just kind of grown up around the money, but the difference between them isn't to do with the money, or if it's power fantasy based on the fact that you have somebody a bit poorer and somebody who's rich. Like rich. A 50 Shades is the easiest one to go with. You know, he's like a fucking billionaire and she's like a normal college student. There is often this issue where the person with money makes the person without feel kind of cheap, and whether they're doing that intentionally or not, And I do appreciate the fact that there has been some care put into the fact that, like, he wants to get her something practical and he's nervous about the fact that he might make her feel cheap. He is self-aware enough. And I think that's nice. And the chapter ends with Anastasia saying, I have an idea. Can you lie down on the kitchen island? And the only note that I wrote for that was just like, can we not? I'm tired. And with a little sad face. I just kind of want this book to be over. And it's not even that I was actively disliking the book at this point. There was a bit of like, I'm going through the motions with it. I was kind of half enjoying it by this point, in a way of like, I know what this is. It's a bit of trashy fun. And it is, because it's like soap opera drama type shit. Like, that's what these books are. And I was just like, okay, I'm enjoying it kind of for what it is, but at the same time, I don't care for the sex scenes already. And I'm just like, please, if we don't have any more sex scenes, the plot can be finished. Chapter 40, Nathan. And rather than telling you what happens here by quoting the book, I'm going to take you on a journey once again via my notes, and then I'll clarify the final one for you afterwards. No, not food stuff, please. Keep food and sex separate, please. It's always gross. With a sad face. I fucking knew it. Put that back. And that being cream. This is what you get for bringing food into the equation. It's what you deserve, with a little angry face. And they were, in fact, interrupted. And what they deserved was an interruption by Nathan's sister, Sasha, which was genuinely quite funny. They're obviously supposed to be alone, and boom, there she is, as they're about to get it on with fucking food on the table. His dad's in the car, thankfully not also having walked in. So it's I would rather you didn't see this. It's awkward, it's silly, and she kind of wants to make a good impression on his family because he made a good impression on hers. It's fun, and you do end up with getting some like rich kid bollocks with the way that Nathan and his sister interact and stuff. And it's more important to think about the fact that Anastasia is actively worrying about making a good impression on the family, especially his dad. Chapter 41, Anastasia. So they go to dinner, lunch, whatever, with Nathan's dad and sister, and his dad is a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit to the staff, he's a piece of shit to his daughter, kind of a knobhead to his son as well. And Anastasia is so fun during this scene, because we see her fieriest side mostly come out either when she's working, because she's very fired up about work. It's very important to her, and we also see it with Nathan, and it's so fun seeing it with other people as well. I mean, we see it somewhat with like the way she teases the rest of the hockey team in that, but that playfully teases, like banter or whatever. Banter, but like, you know, that sort of stuff. And yeah, it's nice to see her. So there's this moment where his dad is the father, Mr. Hawkins, is having a go at Sasha for Ian, I think he's called. He's having a go at Sasha for wanting to order a burger. And given everything Anastasia's been going through and trying to work on as of late, she's like, one burger is not going to make a difference to the rest of your diet. She's really confrontational with him, but in a safe enough way. Mostly because I think she knows that she has Nathan with her. And she's like, well, I'm ordering a burger. That's what I'm ordering. You think it's going to make a difference to me? And it's a really good bit. It's a genuinely, like, entertaining scene. And then afterwards we have this sweet moment where the two of them are having a heart-to-heart, but we can't sit in that because then the two of them immediately start banging again. And look, I know this is an explicit book. I know that that's what this book is. But I still think that if you are going to create a sincere moment, you should allow that moment to piss off fruit fly. You should allow that moment to exist and sit in it a little bit. And I think especially if you're going to end your chapter like that, I think you can always end the chapter on the sincere moment, begin the next one with them banging. I think that's a better way to do it, so then there's still that break. Chapter 42, Nathan. So once they're back in Maple Hills, Anastasia breaks it to Nathan that in the next school year, she no longer wants to live in the hockey house. He's already moving out. He's going to be in Canada for the next school year. He's got a signing with a hockey team up there. And she is basically feeling like remaining in that house would just make her feel like, A, she's kind of leeching off him. And also that it's going to be very noticeable already that he's not there. You know, she's going to miss him. They've spent most of their time together up to this point, and then suddenly he's not going to be in that space. And knowing that that is his space that she's in, it's going to make it all the more apparent. But not only that, she is thinking of moving back in with Lola and Aaron. Now, it's not because she thinks she's going to be friends with Aaron again, but there is an inkling going on that were she to move back in with them, they would be able to get in line with each other professionally, because at this point she is under the impression that they are still going to be working together forever kind of thing. They are professional partners, and, you know, they had a good routine together when they lived together, and she figures she might be able to start that up again were they to move back in. Nathan isn't, like, exactly pleased by it, mostly because he has a pure fucking hatred for Aaron, obviously. And this complicated feeling between the two of them, and that stuff with Aaron and her going, maybe I should move back in and still work with him and all that, is basically the rest of the book. That is the thread that carries it. And it makes sense for Anastasia to feel like she does need to continue to work with him. They have... Oh yeah, and he's been cleared, by the way, Aaron. So they already have that established working relationship. They are, you know, it is competition season, and it is the competition season that leads up... Whoop. It is the competition season that is leading up to the Olympics, as it were. So, like, this is what would qualify them. You know, they are, it'd be the Winter Olympics, and that's in 2 years. So currently the regular Olympics would be happening. I think that's how that works. You know, I fully get her thinking with it. But Aaron is an established wankstain, and he deserves nothing. And I really wish that it were easier for Anastasia to be able to go, fuck this, fuck you, and either find somebody else or just go it alone from this point onwards. Chapter 43, Anastasia. And the next day, Anastasia goes for a meeting with Coach Brady and Aaron to basically discuss how things are going to be going forward. And Aaron's opening line is, "Thanks for coming, Stassi. I know I don't deserve your time." Like, pure fucking ooh woo, pity me, I don't deserve you, ah ha ha ha. Like, I know it's different, but if a romantic partner or like a romantic prospect ever says to you, oh my god, I don't deserve you, believe them and walk away. Just believe people when they talk like that about themselves, because if anybody goes like, tries to make you feel better by putting themselves down, you can do better. You do deserve better. Leave. And Anastasia is doing her best to remain calm and collected throughout this meeting, and she makes it clear that she was very deeply hurt by what Aaron had to say, and also makes it clear to Coach Brady the stuff that he said about her that wasn't just stuff that he said to the coach, because he did, you know, obviously talk shit to her as well. He finally looks up at me again. His face is blank. He's calculating the appropriate response, because he definitely didn't know I knew about that, about the baby trap comments. My dad had another affair, got this one pregnant, and mom finally kicked him out. She's our age, Stas. Do you know how sick that is? I'm gonna have a sibling, and their mom is someone I could have dated. Listen, I've said this earlier on. When I call out Aaron, unless I say otherwise, it is not because of Hannah Grace. It is not the way I would call, again, easiest, Christian Grey a ball bag, or like Edward Cullen or whatever. No, this is because Hannah Grace has actually written a villain, and I insult him because he gets me fucking heated, and it's because I'm actually enjoying being angry at him, which is how you write a good villain, right? And like, yeah, fine, he's hurt right now, which you would be, you know, your dad's had an affair with somebody the same age as you, and you're not gonna have a younger sibling who like easily could be the age of a niece or nephew sort of thing, because obviously, you know, your siblings are usually about the same age as you are. I get that, but like, what the fuck has that got to do with Anastasia? Oh yeah, tell me. It's got fuck all to do with her, and she, quite rightly, calls him out on this. Your mom doesn't deserve to be treated like that. She never deserved to be treated like that, but I don't understand what that has to do with me. You haven't been around. I needed you. I needed your support, and you've been nowhere. You've been partying and hanging out with the guys you don't even like. I felt alone, and it made me so mad at you.
Fragile ego, fragile body, weak mind, weak spirit.
She wasn't around because you were a ball bag to her, you prick. Like, learn where the causation is here, you silly dick. Again, Hannah Grace, fantastic job at writing a very particular kind of dickhead man. Such a fragile little ego on him. It's like nothing could be, it couldn't be his fault. No. The world hates him. And he has no idea what the common denominator is. It couldn't possibly be him. Like, what's the line where it's like, oh, I felt alone and it made me so mad at you. Like, I needed your help or support or whatever. Like, oh, I needed your help and support, so I slut-shamed you and said that your adoptive parents don't actually love you. Okay, you fucking nice guy incel type ass. Like, what? Have you considered just actually trying to have a decent conversation with her? I know you're incapable of such a thing, but like I said, it's so incel nice guy type logic, and I know it's not quite the same thing, but you know when nice guys and incels try and chat up a woman and they get rejected and they're like, oh well, I never liked you anyway, you slag. Like, exactly the same shit. But Aaron says that his mother is willing to pay for him and Anastasia to go to like a sports equivalent of couples therapy, and Coach Brady thinks it's a good idea, but Anastasia does need a little bit of time to think about it. Honestly, Anastasia is a far better person than me because she has easy access to a pair of sharp blades and she's gone nowhere near him with them. I can't say I would be the same. You gonna lift me up where I have to like put my fucking blades on your thighs and I have to not accidentally slip?
For legal purposes, that was a joke. For legal purposes, that was a joke.
And towards the end of this chapter, she tells Nathan about this like couples therapy thing, like the sporting partner therapy, whatever. And Nathan is kind of like, are you sure about this? Because it definitely seems like Aaron's up to something. But, because basically he feels like, well, he's paying for all of this to happen. What if he's just trying to make this woman on his side? Which I kind of understand. But he said, look, no matter what you do, I'm going to be by your side with it. Chapter 44. Nathan. We try to talk about the therapy, but I become irritated, which forces her to become defensive. So we let it go because I'm not spending the rare free evenings I get with her arguing about Aaron Carlisle. She's still living with me and still calls it her home, but her schedule is overflowing with extra practices, workouts, therapy with Aaron, therapy by herself. It's never ending. Like, again, these two are meant to be the king and queen of discussing and communicating their issues. I'm not saying they always have to be perfect about that sort of thing. There are still going to be times where communication just isn't quite working right. But if you're going to bring up the fact that you communicate about all your issues really well, I'm going to notice the fact that you don't do that. They're also now back in their own rinks. So obviously right at the start, the way they met was the fact that the hockey rink got trashed by UCLA and all that. They are now back in their own rinks. So there's now no longer any crossover period where one's finished training and the other one's coming in. There is a hockey match with Anastasia in attendance, and they do win the match. Afterwards, Nathan is asking Anna how that couple's therapy went, and she's kind of reticent to talk about it, not really knowing how he's going to take it. But basically, once he's pressed her a little bit, she says that the therapist also thinks it's kind of a good idea for her to move back in with Aaron. Yeah, Nathan isn't like hugely pleased with the idea of those two moving back in together, mostly because, again, he thinks that the therapist is working for Aaron and therefore will be on his side. And she's just like, but you think I'm naive? You don't think I know that he can manipulate me? And the thing is, I understand where she's coming from, but you can know that somebody is manipulative and still remain to be manipulated by them if they are good at that. And also, you have to kind of bear in mind that Nathan has this outside perspective that you don't have. And yes, he is somewhat biased by the fact that he does care for Anastasia and he does think that Aaron is a bellend, because he is, but she has to be clear, like she has to be somewhat aware. And again, given that she is in therapy, she will be aware of these sorts of things. She needs to pay attention a bit to what other people think sometimes, rather than being super in her head. Again, this is good writing from Hannah Grace. This is not me going, ooh, bad. It is a very simplified version of like the way that manipulation works, because this is a easy to read type book, but still. And they do end up in like a bit of an argument about it, because she is very convinced that she can remain with a professional but not platonic friendship type relationship with Aaron. But I mean, obviously, you know, she's put a lot of work into the two of them have put a lot of work into their career, and it would be pissing difficult to just go, see ya, bye. And yes, Nathan wants to help Anastasia. He is very protective of her, and he is a protective type in general, but Anastasia is basically feeling like he's just trying to put a wall completely between her and Aaron, which isn't going to help anybody, because she still needs to work with him, even if he doesn't like the idea of him living with her. And it is complicated, and I understand where both sides are coming from. And it is a good bit of conflict for now, but the nature of this argument goes pretty much entirely unchanged, and it does get quite repetitive. It is not an argument that either grows into some kind of blow up, or it doesn't evolve as the story does. It just feels like the same kind of thing that they're talking about all the time. And again, if they're good at communicating, that wouldn't happen. Chapter 45, Anastasia. Anastasia and Lola are having like a bit of a girls' night. They're just chilling out. They're watching Criminal Minds, helping Lola make one of her costumes, or like adjust one of her costumes for theatre. And they're having a bit of a men type chat, which obviously brings Anastasia's thoughts onto everything that's happening with Nathan and Aaron. You know, she understands where Nathan's frustrations are coming from, but she just feels like she's not being listened to. And again, it is all part of this like cycling frustration that just goes on and on throughout the end, basically till the end of the novel, or at least till the end of the main plot. And obviously you don't want like you don't want problems to be solved right away, but also if you are going to have continuing problems, you need to make them feel like they're worth listening to for a prolonged period of time. And if you do have this feeling where, like, a good long chat between these three people could actually solve a lot of problems, obviously the issues would be getting them in the same room, and there would be a blow up there, but I don't know, maybe that would just be easier. But maybe that's just me. Obviously, you've got to have prolonged conflicts, but it feels stale after a while. And, like, the thing is, we are at the point of the book where we had huge stakes earlier on. So, like, in terms of this plotline, obviously we had her falling through and nearly dying or whatever. But in terms of the main plot of the book, the big moment, you know, when you have a plot line, we always have this. Generally speaking, we have, like, uptake in stakes, and then things slightly start to peter out until the end of the book where we have our resolutions, right? Basic story arc. But that moment came when either, like, you could say, like, we're here-ish when Aaron's calling her this, that, and the other to her face, and then we've got the point where, like, Aaron is... We learn what he said to her, said about her to other people, and the story is fine. It settles after that. Again, that is normal. If you have your stakes here, the entire book, it's exhausting, and it starts to make everything feel like it doesn't matter if your stakes are all up here. But this plotline, or like this conflict, feels like Hannah Grace is trying to make it feel interesting by reminding you that it's happening. When in reality, Aaron is a very emotionally immature and misguided man. I've said so many times that hurt people, and it's absolutely true. He lies and manipulates people because it's all he knows. Anastasia likes to say that she's not naive, but can you break it to her, somebody, that, like, that is absolute naivety, where she's just like, well, it's all he knows. All he knows is how to be a manipulated bellend. And I know she's not excusing him, but it sounds like she's excusing him. And it's just like, she has two therapists. I'm fine, one of them might not call him a bellend because he's in the room. But, like, the good therapist then, the one that she's had for the longest time, can he call him a bellend? I've spent our entire college life so far justifying Aaron's bad behaviour for no other reason than easiness and truly hoping that deep down he's a good person. That doesn't make me naive, it means I've looked at the good parts he's shown me and hope that it wasn't the real version of him. Now, to an extent, there is some naivety there. Mostly because of the way if you're going to keep justifying him over and over and over again once you're separated from him, and at this point she mostly is. Yes, she has to continue working with him, but she's no longer living with him. She's no longer trapped within his bubble. And she continues to say things like it's like, he lies and manipulates people because it's all he knows, is not an excuse for anything. Like, and you are naive if you think that isn't any kind of excuse. Because you can be emotionally immature. That's not an excuse for anything. It means that you have to fucking wake up, go and deal with your fucking problems, and go and gain some emotional maturity. Like, what? The excuses you make, I swear to God, it's so irritating. Like, yes, she is being manipulated and has been for some time by him. But, you know, she's talking about Nathan here and she's like, I shouldn't have to scream that I'm not naive or being manipulated for Nathan to trust my judgment. I shouldn't have to beg him to understand that there's a difference between friendship and partnership. You can still be manipulated by him if you are not friends, because you are still in a kind of relationship. You are in a working relationship, a very close working relationship. Now, of course, it's not like he's a coach, so we don't have that level of a power dynamic, but there is still, he still does have power here, because if he drops out for any reason, he could piss off, that leaves her on her own. Yes, it would be to his detriment as well, but he still has some power there. But the biggest thing is just like, he can still be a manipulative bastard to you because you still are in his circle, because you can't just cut him off completely. It's like, and this isn't Anastasia thing. This is a Hannah Grace thing, because it keeps coming up where it's like, but you've got to listen to it. Like, she says it and his mates say it in a scene later on. And it's like, you know, at the end of this chapter, they're at a figure skating practice, and she finally stands up to him and stuff. And it would be good. For me, it falls a bit flat. But, like, I think it's just because we've hit this point where she's like, I'm not being manipulated, but I still have to stand up to him about things. And it's like, you know he's an arsehole. You know you are capable of being manipulated. And again, like I said, this is a Hannah Grace thing, not an Anastasia thing. There's a bit of a disconnect here, because it feels like she doesn't... If it were just Anastasia saying this, I would say, oh, she's done quite well of going, oh, but Anastasia thinks she's not being manipulated, but everybody else can see that she is. But you had JJ and Henry in this next chapter, I think it is, being like, oh, you should be listening to her more. It's like, no, you shouldn't. But yeah, obviously you should. She's your girlfriend. You should be listening to her. But it's like, oh, it's so frustrating. But I will say, end of this chapter, she does confront him about the fact that he's like, oh, you put on like 3/4 of a pound. I can't lift you anymore. And she's like, girl, I've watched you at the gym lifting twice my weight and like repping twice my weight, if not more. Get a grip. Chapter 46. Nathan. Now, Nathan is kind of just moping about his feelings, feeling sorry for himself because he's like, all of the issues with Aaron and Anastasia and all that nonsense. And it's like, he's just moping about. And JJ and Henry are like, they're with him and doing a mix of trying to cheer him up a bit, but also they're kind of like, you know, pull yourself together. Why are you giving me a lecture on my own girlfriend, JJ? Because you're only looking at the now. And you're being fucking selfish. She can't be a pair skater without a pair. She's being smart, Nate. She's using Aaron to achieve her goals because she doesn't have another option. You should be proud of her for being so strong, and all you've done is get fucking jealous and petty, making her feel shit over something that's very difficult for her. First of all, the pair skate. So, number one, the pair skating thing will come back later, and it is just a bit like... because you've had this, like, Aaron plotline going on and on and on and on, and then it ends with the pair skating thing not actually mattering that much, and it's just like, oh, so it kind of didn't matter. Well, 2, she isn't using Aaron. Like, for a start, we can refer back to, like, it turns out she does have options, but she isn't using him. She is stuck with him. 3, you're calling it strength. I'm calling it not exploring your options, given that we see that she actually does have options later on. 4, he isn't actually feeling jealous and selfish or whatever anymore. If this had come much earlier on, I think I mentioned in my last bit of filming, there would be a bit coming up later where, like, his ego needed to be, I think I mentioned in the last bit where it's like, oh, the ego check, if it was going to come anywhere, it should have come here. This is where the actual ego check comes. And it's like, he's just annoyed that his girlfriend's stuck in an abusive workplace relationship. Why is nobody else seeing that? And again, I hope that Hannah Grace is, like, aware of what she's doing, and you're meant to just be on Nathan's side here, but you're probably not, because effectively when you generally do have female author, predominantly female audience, even if you have a male and female protagonist, the female protagonist is generally the one that you're meant to be following and behind, because you're generally meant to be going, I want her to be me. It's generally just how it is. And it's like, everybody's behind her, but she's wrong. It isn't my fucking ego. I'm worried about the woman I'm in love with spending time with someone who's awful to her. Which he's fucking right about, by the way. But anyway, we get this response. It is your ego, Henry mutters from beside me, not looking up from where he's still spinning his coffee. You think he's going to manipulate her into forgiving him, which he would try to do, which he is trying to do. You think he's going to manipulate her into forgiving him, and then she won't need you anymore. You like being needed by her. It makes you feel so important. You know Aaron hates you, and you think he's going to keep her away from you, which just shows you don't know how strong she is or truly understand how much she loves you. I know it just feels like Hannah Grace is like, zing, look, that's actually what's happening, but you haven't told us any of this or shown us any of this before. Yeah, he used to have an ego and had some jealousy about it, but that's not what his problem is anymore. Like, you've not made this made sense. Like, it's meant to be a revelatory moment for Nathan where, you know, we're supposed to be willing on his fence, like, yeah, tell him and make him understand his mistakes, but like, no, he's not making the mistake here. The mistake is not being open with communication, that's for sure. But like, by this point she's developed Nathan beyond that ego we saw earlier on. Like, it feels like Grace isn't aware that she's done that. If you want to bring the ego and selfishness into this, because there is a level of selfishness with this, you need to have it explained to him that he can't be a protector to everybody all of the time. That's his issue. It has been since the start, when he lied for the guy with the rink stuff, and he lied about the fact that he injured Aaron because he wanted to protect his team, and he's now basically in his fucking feelings because he's just wanting to do more to protect, but he can't. Now at this point the thought is that the only option for her is to continue pair skating with Aaron, and it is awful. But if he can't protect her from this, allow her to continue and be there for her when it is finished. You cannot drive a wedge. Like I said, there is still that element of selfish that he has to be the one protecting her. He has to be a helper. And I get it. But it feels like they aren't aware of their friend and what's actually going on here. And it's just infuriating. I don't think you're a dick, Nathan, Henry says quietly. I think you need to put yourself in her shoes. If you and JJ had a fight, but we had a game and you needed a defenseman that would help us win, you'd let him play. You put aside the drama and concentrate on the win. That's all she's doing. But it's not just one fight, is it? It's not like Anastasia and Aaron had like one big blow up. Like, you know, like if it had just been where the two of them had that mad blow up where he's like, oh, you're a slut and you're just using Hawkins or whatever. If it had just been that, if he hadn't insulted her elsewhere, that had just been the blow up. And then later we find out, okay, look, I'm really sorry I blew up. All this shit with my mum and dad are going up with like my mum and whoever it is. Like, he's had another affair. That would make this all make a lot more sense, because it's like he's not been a consistent dick. He just had this one blow up. But he's been off with her because he's been in his feelings and all that sort of stuff. But it's not how it's been. He's been actively manipulating her for ages as well, because we know that even before she met Nathan, he was being controlling as all hell, because her old, like, friends with benefits guy, Ryan was he called, brought up the fact that he won't let her eat properly. He's been manipulating and controlling her for so long now, and yet we're supposed to sit here and go, yeah, it's just like if you had one fight, and he calls it drama my arse. Chapter 47, Anastasia. Anastasia is having like serious pre-competition nerves. It is the night before, and obviously she's got all this Aaron stress going on. She's also now back in the flat with, or house or whatever, with Aaron and Lola, and you know, she's got the regular competition stress. It's a big competition, and every comp from here is one step closer to the Olympics, and it's, you know, she's allowed to be bloody rattled, and she thinks, okay, I'm gonna be in my comfy clothes, I'm gonna feel a bit warm, I'm gonna feel like cozy type warm, and she takes her Hawkins jersey out of the laundry, pops it on, and she's in that like, I'm already so stressed, and if one bad thing happens to me, I'm going to go on a rampage, or something awful is going to happen. And she pops this jersey on and she smells it, and it just smells of laundry detergent, obviously, but it doesn't smell of Nathan anymore. And she's gone. She's done. So in a state, she calls Nathan up, just like, can you come to mine, please? Ah. And like, as soon as she sees him, she is put at ease. And it is a genuinely sweet little moment. Now, again, this is one of those where it's like, we can't sit in a sweet moment because these two have got to do what they've got to do. But I will say, again, I'm not saying don't have sex in an erotica, but this one, it felt like, not now. Because at first we have this line from, like, about Nate's sweatpants, right? Grey, obviously, because Nate Hawkins is a man who is most definitely written by a woman, which got on my fucking wick. It just felt like one of those lines where it was like, look, because you get it, because he's written by a woman. Shut up. But then, sorry, that's aggressive, but I was done. That line pissed me right off. But it's not just that she's like, oh, he looks great in that because you can see everything. No, they still sleep together. And I was just like, do you not need to sleep? This is the night before a competition. And obviously, fine, have him over, because I imagine, you know, she's stressed. He would be a comfort to her, probably help her sleep. Well, you're going to waste the fucking night by banging? No! You've got to be well rested. You got a sporting event tomorrow. Get your fucking priorities straight. Chapter 48. Nathan. Now, it is, of course, competition day for Aaron and Anastasia, and this is one of those where it's actually a 2-day event. So if they do well enough today, if they get enough points today, they will then go on to compete again tomorrow. And for this first day, Nathan does have a hockey game, but if he can get there quick enough right after it's done, he can get there just in time to watch her skate. And when he arrives, he bumps into, I don't know if he, I can't work out if it's at his hockey game or if it's at her skating competition that he sees this guy. I think it's actually when he's still at his hockey competition. But he bumps into the rival captain from UCLA, and, you know, it's a casual chat, like, oh, Nathan, you've not been here for a while. And obviously he explains everything, and Aaron comes up, obviously, given everything. And turns out this captain and Aaron are really good friends, and we finally get closure to something that happened way back. It was on Halloween. He showed up at the honeypot with a busted wrist, said I pranked him and got hurt. You know our Halloween? Dude, he interrupts, holding up a hand. Aaron got hurt playing football with us. We were drinking and dicking about at the beach, having a bonfire. Davey tackled him and landed on his arm. I didn't know he blamed you for that. What the fuck? He hasn't told any of us that. And basically after that, like, he gets that his mouth is still moving, but I am hearing nothing. I am glazed over. Jesus Christ. And it is nice to have that moment wrapped up. And I think she actually did pick a really nice moment for that, because I think it's one of those that it's one of those things that pops into your head. I was like, wait, what actually did happen there? Because I was convinced it was like one of the other team members had actually done it, given that his predisposition for protecting the team. I thought it might be Henry has like gone and fucked him up for whatever reason, and then I was especially thought that when they got into that fight. But I thought, you know, this moment wraps it all up really nicely, and it was like oh yeah, of course, that's what it fucking was. Absolute bellend. I want to burst in there, tell everyone what he did, how he deceived the closest people to him, but she doesn't deserve this. This is the most important competition of her life so far. Am I really going to set off a bomb when she needs to be concentrating? I've answered my own question before I've even finished formulating it. This needs to wait. Good boy. Too right, it does. Listen, we don't like that she has to work with Aaron, but if she is going to, don't cock up a huge fucking moment for her. And it is worth noting that we find out that the competition is being streamed, at least online. There are cameras everywhere, and that is important for what Aaron does next. I can't move my eyes from the pair as they seamlessly and perfectly deliver every move. My phone is buzzing relentlessly in my pocket, but I ignore it. unwilling to miss even a split second. They're nearing the end of the programme. 2 minutes and almost 40 seconds gone in a blink. Aaron picks her up for their final move, and Anastasia glides through the air flawlessly, landing so gently you wouldn't think she was spinning through the air a second earlier. The pair of them move toward the centre of the rink, do their final dance moves and end wrapped around each other as the music fades. Every second of it was perfect, not even a hair out of place. And when the applause starts, that's when Aaron takes her face in his hands and kisses her. God, fuck this man. Fuck this man, because not only has he been a manipulative bellend throughout their entire working relationship, or at least everything that we've seen, and we know that it's been going before that with all the food stuff and that. Fuck him for doing this so publicly. Like, obviously she didn't approve of it, and while it's not important really in the grand scheme of things, Nathan didn't approve of it. Like, he doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things here, because it's her that's been fucking violated. But at the same time, like, he hasn't asked anybody important if he can fucking do this. Like, genuinely congrats to Hannah Grace for this moment, because it is... There has been, obviously, a building, seething resentment towards Aaron, but Anastasia has constantly just been fixed on giving him the benefit of the doubt for everything he's done, and all of the manipulative stuff that you can't... You can always justify that a little bit easily, because it's not something that he's physically done, it's something that he's, like, metaphorically done. Like, oh, but the food plan stuff, he could have thought he was doing the right thing, and he just wanted them to be light. It's stuff that he said, not stuff that he's done. But here, you cannot excuse him doing this. There is no excuse. Like, he will try to excuse it, of course. Now, while there's no notable, like, he grabbed her and did anything horrible, like, that kind of violent, there is still a level of violence to this, because it's an entire invasion of her privacy, of her ability to consent. It's in front of thousands of people, at least. Bear in mind, it's being streamed. It is a nasty, nasty thing to do. Chapter 49, Anastasia. And this is where it is like you can feel and hear her heart beating out of her chest. She is, quite rightly, astounded by Aaron's actions. And she knows that, like, so many people are watching this. Because, like, just... Again, it's being filmed everywhere, and as far as she's concerned, Nathan is among those people watching the stream. She doesn't know that he's there, and, you know, he just went to surprise her after the hockey game. She figured that he would just watch it on the stream, and she heads to Coach Brady, and Brady attempts to comfort her. You know, she's basically... Anastasia's like, I'm done with this, I'm fucking done, I'm done, and Brady is trying to get us to just wait. At least wait for the scores, see how you've placed, and then we can continue to talk about it. And then Aaron hits her with, I don't understand what I've done, Aaron says flatly. I don't get it. Stop crying. We need to find out where we place. I'll fucking throttle it. I'm going to get him. I'm going to go into these pages. I'm going to kill him. I'm not going to kill him, but I am. I'm going to find a good fucking pair of skates to do it as well. Oh, fuck this man. I don't know what I did wrong. Yes, you do, dickhead. And Nathan bursts in at this point. And, you know, I have often gone, he shouldn't be violent. I don't like outbursts. But here, fuck him. Get his ass. Do worse. Do your worst. Like, if you want to fucking go as far as you can without getting a charge, do it. Fuck this man. Couldn't think of anyone more deserving. And Anastasia has basically hit this point where she's had enough. She wants nothing more to do with him, and has said that if they do place, then she wants Brady to tell the people running the competition that she is withdrawing, and obviously if they don't place, then that is it. That was their last competition, and she is now going to go solo. Now, as triumphant as that moment is, didn't we have a whole conflict where she's like, I don't have any other options, I don't have anything else I can do, and it's like, why didn't you just go solo earlier? And I understand is that she has already put all of this work in. Why just drop him and go solo now? Because that is going to be so much more work and means that she might not end up at the Olympics. And while she is young, it is a young person's game, something like this, you know. Like a lot of sports, getting into your 30s is usually the point where it's like you're probably doing your best work here, but at the same time it's also where you're going to be in your final years. Most people are not still competing in sports when they're in their 40s, especially something like this. I will say that there is a good chance that being already public will help her get into other competitions because she's already at a high level, but obviously it is a different division, so it's all a bit complicated. But thankfully, at least she's got rid of that ball bag, so I'm not complaining too hard. Chapter 50, Nathan, 3 months later. So we do find out that Anastasia spoke to higher ups about Aaron's behaviour, particularly the way that he lied out of his arse about the arm injury with Nathan, and basically explaining how he stitched Nathan up and that fucked over him and his entire team, and that results in him being immediately transferred to UCLA. And we also learn here that Henry is being set up to be the new hockey captain once Nathan has left. And this sort of chapter is one of those where it's like, it's not quite a where are they now, but it's a bit of a let's tie up some little loose ends that aren't actually loose ends. It's just like tying it up in a bow. It's a nice sort of chapter. Epilogue. Anastasia, 2 and a bit years later. And we open this chapter with Anastasia talking to her therapist, and we discover that she is pregnant, and it was a near guarantee. I don't think I've mentioned it so far, but there are constant mentions of pregnancy throughout this book, usually from coaches and stuff, where it's like, don't knock her up or don't get pregnant, because like Coach Brady got pregnant and that fucked her up. And obviously the hockey coach, I can't remember his name, Faulkner I think it is always like, do not get anybody pregnant, listen, don't be partying too hard, don't knock anybody up. And obviously one of Aaron's things, it's like she's gonna knock you up, so she's gonna get knocked up and like trap you with her baby. She's not gonna knock him up. I don't think she can, but who knows, maybe some magic thing will happen. And you know, it felt at first for a while like, oh, are they gonna do a pregnancy scare thing? They didn't. They waited until this point, which I'm glad of, and also I'm glad it wasn't an actual red herring completely. And you know, I think the way that they accidentally, I think it is funny that they did still accidentally get pregnant, because obviously that's been the setup the whole time. And B, I think her accidentally getting pregnant because while she'd taken the birth control pill, but because she gets really nauseous for pre-competition nerves, she chucks it back up. I think that's a bit funny. And to round out the chapter, we have a big holiday, friends and family are all gathered, and we end with Nathan saying this: "Will you marry me?" Nodding frantically, I launch myself at him, nearly knocking him over into the sand. Yes, yes, yes. My hands shake as he slides the ring onto my finger, immediately taking my face between his hands and kissing the life out of me. Anastasia Hawkins. Wow. And here I was, thinking this was just a casual, no commitment, no jealousy thing. He snorts, pressing his lips against mine one more time. Shut up, Anastasia. And with that, we are done. Look, this is one of those books that I don't actually despise, because it's not, generally speaking, super like harmful in any way. I can't think of much that the most annoying thing for me is like the disconnect with the ways that Anastasia's being manipulated, but I completely understand. If you are somebody who's like, I like a bit of trashy, and you know what you're going in for, If you like a bit of trashy fun and a good soap opera type beat with some erotica in it, yeah, you're probably going to enjoy this. Know what you're going in for and, like, you know, have fun with it. It's an easygoing type thing, a beach read type thing, and if you don't mind reading porn in public, then that might be for you. And, you know, for me, I have authors in this kind of field where it's like romance and slice of life type stuff. There are authors I would rather be reading, because I would rather not have the erotica aspect of it, but that is not review reasons. That's purely, I would not pick this book up and read it for that reason, probably. But at the same time, I don't mind sex in books. There is actually, I've only read the first two. I haven't read the third one yet, and it's been out for years. But there's a trio of books I've read which are, I believe, technically erotica, but the storyline itself is actually really good. I really enjoy it. So, you know, I don't mind the sexual aspect of it, even if it does open in a sex party. And I was like, that's a lot, but still very enjoyable. And, you know, the actual sex scenes themselves, apart from the one in the Uber, I think that's fucking foul, are generally speaking well written. I like that she doesn't go around this and like go for metaphors and stuff. If you are, you know, looking for a book where you can skip to the good stuff kind of thing, then this is also going to be good for you. And again, if you want to find it at a library, good for you. I mean, look, I feel icky having any kind of erotica from a library, and that is, you can tell because it's shiny, it's got the cover on it. It's probably for the best, but there's enough in this that'll keep you satiated. You're fine, you know. This is an author who clearly has a huge amount of knowledge about what she's writing in terms of form. Like, she knows what genre she's writing in, and she does really well. There's a bit of potential here. That's like, she has a huge amount of potential. I feel like she could write something a lot better than this. Again, this isn't safe to say this isn't a bad book, but it's not great even in its genre, and I think it could be better. I do want to look at some point at the later books. I believe they're set in the same university, but they're not the same characters. I don't think we continue to follow Anastasia and Nathan. I'm sure they'll get brought up again, but I assume it's like different sports or something. Who fucking knows? But I am unlikely to be reading them soon, not least of all because I'm aware that I've not been here for a while anyway, but I'm also going to be off on a break again soon because I have top surgery coming up on the 11th of September. My own twin towers are falling, and, you know, I'm probably going to be on a lot of painkillers for the first couple of weeks at least, and after that, my plan is to do bugger all, sit in my room, make some art, play some games, because I'm not going to be feeling particularly great. And, you know, I might try to put up some short form content on here. It'll be shorts on my Instagram. I'll post reels. If I decide to ever get a TikTok, I'll post on there. But, you know, we'll wait and see for that. That's no guarantee. And I'm unlikely to be doing makeup, so I'm probably not going to do any get ready with me type shit, because again, that means I have to do proper skincare rather than I can wash my face with a wipe. No, I shouldn't do that, but if I'm going to be like not feeling great post surgery, as long as I get some cleansing and some moisturizing done, then that is fine. But feel free to like this video. Feel free to subscribe if you are feeling so saucy. And if you are so inclined, I don't know, comment something, anything. Tell me a fun fact about dolphins or something like that. I don't care. No, tell me if you have read the other novels in this series, and let me know if they are any good, because I genuinely would like to know if they are exactly the same as this, or if they are any better or worse. That can also happen. And at the end of this, I would just like to say, I hope you have a wonderful day, a wonderful night, a wonderful whenever you are watching this. Do take good care of yourself. Right.